going on, everybody? How are you doing? Friday night. Welcome to another episode of Heavy Metallurgy, number 84 to be exact. Alan, my illuminated co-host, how are you today?
The week is over. Thank Lemmy. I'm ready to kick back and have some fun and talk some metal, not worry about work or all of that kind of stuff. Got the tree up, got the lights turned on, and ready for some holiday cheer kind of stuff.
Now, knowing that this is kind of your man cave, is this a two-tree household I'm seeing?
It's kind of a 1.5 tree. We have to put the main tree in the man cave because the pets would absolutely destroy it in half a second. There'd be no keeping them away from it. So gotcha. Yeah, the main tree goes in here, and we have a small one in another room. It's like a half-size tree. We've got it in our little boy's room this year. He kind of wanted the tree close to him, so we did a little rearranging in there and set it up on his dresser where the cats can't get it. They've been trying to. We'll come home and find little things scattered around the base of his dresser where they're trying to, where eagles dare scale the summit and can't quite get there.
Right.
So it's just like, fuck you cats, you can't get that tree. I got this 2 set up. I know your game. So yeah, we're a 1.5 tree household.
Right on. It's a Christmas miracle. Everybody, thumbs up to the Colsons for their spirit. I love it. Yeah, before we jump into today's guest, a little bit of housekeeping. We've got a new shirt design. Necromantical.
Yes, I've got the
streams.
I've got the designer right here.
We're going to make you bigger here so people can see that.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's a good one. Oh, there you go.
Working on it.
Oh, it's a little frozen.
Frozen?
There you go. Come down. There you go.
All right.
Yep. Links in the description. There's also our old design as well. I know a lot of you have already picked that one up, but if you're new here, and we got a couple different designs for you to choose from. Eventually, I'm going to look into coffee mugs. I've been sniffing around to some places, so that might be happening. And also hoodies. People have been asking about hoodies, so I got another week or so to get caught up with shit. And once that happens, we will address the hoodie situation. But
sounds good.
Yeah. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I don't think I do have anything I really have to plug this evening. Just listening to lots of kind of raw black metal lately, but that doesn't have anything to do with our topic tonight necessarily.
No.
So we'll save that conversation for another time. Yeah.
Well, tonight's guest is a gentleman that's been on YouTube for a long time, and he's a guy that one of the handful of guys back years ago that I would watch and really kind of connected with, and inspired me to start doing videos. And he's been a longtime collector, a diehard metalhead. He goes by Lazerrus, but his name is Duane. Duane, welcome, my friend. Welcome to Heavy Metallurgy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Glad to be here, fellas. Very glad to be here.
Yep. Thank you so much for joining us. Glad that you could.
Yeah.
It's been a long time coming. You've been on the list for a while, and we just finally got around to asking. So thank you for being available for sure. But
absolutely. And it was I see Metal T's on, and he's the one that pointed me in your direction a long time ago. So
yep, it was you, it was Metal T, it was Scott Waters and Count Blagarath. Those are the 4 guys back then. I don't know how many years it's been at this point, 5 or 6. That I would watch, and at first I'm like, I don't get this. I just don't get it. What's the point? But I mean, like, Laz, your dedication, and you get so excited about stuff. It was kind of infectious, and you'd always show some cool stuff. Or I could tell there was a collector's sickness, because you'd go to Goodwill and buy a bunch of crap that sucked, and you just couldn't let it go because it was such a good deal. I'm like, he shows awesome stuff, and he's also showing the sickness. I can relate to this somewhat.
Us sick little monkeys have to stick together.
So what was your impetus for starting a channel? I mean, back then, who was the dudes or the ladies that brought you around to this media?
The very first time I saw any videos from the vinyl community, at that point, I think it was still forming actually, but there was a gentleman, his handle on YouTube was Collector of Music. And he wasn't even a metal guy. but he was standing in front of his stereo, in front of a wall of vinyl, like we all have. And I remember him showing a bunch of like 80s new wave stuff. It wasn't even metal, but just, and I found that after, I don't know, an afternoon of, going down the rabbit hole with this guy and just watching, I just thought, wow, why am I finding it interesting that this guy's showing me his records? They're not mine. I'm not buying them. Why is this interesting me? And to hear him talk about them and then talk about bits of collecting and, it was the whole thing that kind of came together, I realized. And I thought, I wonder if anybody would really care. And I think my first video is still on my channel. It's pathetic to watch. I mean, I'm all timid and hi, my name's Duane.
Yeah, mine too. I felt so stupid. I felt so awkward and stupid doing it.
Yeah. And then what really got me hooked on it was I mean, YouTube's different now, but back then you could actually send messages back and forth to each other in YouTube. Yeah. So it was the communication factor that started to develop with people that really made it interesting. And that is where it kind of started to guide the channel a little bit. And I don't know if this happened with other people, but once you kind of find your clique, and what on your group that you're kind of with, and you kind of start fueling each other and kind of getting ideas from each other. And it just kind of goes and goes. And so it kind of went from just, I went to the record store and bought this Leonard Skinner record. It went from that to going deeper and deeper, although I've always pretty much kind of remained a, I don't know how I would describe it, but like a vinyl update channel, Yeah. And that's where it was interesting when I came back to the VC was to discover like you guys and other channels where it's like, oh, wow, this is what I've been waiting for. You're not just showing records. We're talking about what's behind them. The genre, the music, the band members, everything, It's not just the vinyl records, and I remember thinking that's why I want to come back now, because it isn't just, here's my bag of new stuff I found at the thrift store.
Right. Mm-hmm. And plus part of this, I mean, for me, like I started off watching you and a couple other guys, I'm thinking, what is the appeal of this? And then I find, when I discovered this whole community, you had already had, a string of videos up. So I find myself binge watching. and there's this phenomenon that happens. I mean, I guess it happens with celebrity to some extent. People watch Friends and they get to feel like they know Jennifer Aniston or Rachel or whatever. But, you're watching these guys that have the exact same passion and love for a style of music that you do. So there's that instant connection right there, and you start watching them for like a week long, and you start to realize you feel like the person, and you start to look forward to see what's in their bag, and you start to so yeah, there's that whole phenomenon as well. But and just all of a sudden you stop posting. There was a time where you kind of went away. I realized that I do still want to talk about this as well. You had a bit of a fire issue happen. You lost a good chunk of your collection, if not all of it. Did you lose all of it or just part of it?
No, it was about two-thirds.
Two-thirds.
Mm. So I was in the middle of moving some stuff, and
your collection was fucking huge, by the way. It was fucking huge. Anyway.
Right. And how us collectors are, when we tend to move things, this is my first beloveds go first, right? That's kind of how it works, so that's why all the Maiden stuff survived and all that other, all my Priest and a lot of the metal stuff. But a lot of the other stuff, like, man, I had to rebuild so much stuff, all my Rush, that my prog stuff, all of that, and still a lot of metal too. I've had to rebuild, but I look back now and I'm actually kind of thankful for it. And that may sound odd, but I think built a better collection, and I've put my mind behind it more now than where before, we talk about the sickness. It was, you get to a point in your collection where you can either save up and go for some Grail pieces you've been after for a long time, but that's going to take time, and that's not feeding your sickness. You need that acquisition hit. You need to acquire. You need to
the dopamine hit of getting that, finding that. It's a big part of it.
Yes. You need to hit that pipe to keep it going. So you go down to the thrift store, the record store, or whatever, and you're kind of buying anything that tickles your fancy, but you're not really developing your collection in quality, but you are in quantity. And so that's where this time it's been nice to build a stronger foundation and build really what I want in my collection.
Right.
So,
and you totally weeded out. We're getting a delay. Does someone have YouTube open?
I do, but it's muted.
Weird. Is it? Maybe it's me. Hold on.
It's not me. It's
check.
You.
Huh? I don't know. It's not me. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you probably weeded out some stuff you had just, that appeased that dopamine hit. And because I've often said, if I ever lost something due to a fire, I think I'd be done. Just I have such a weird nostalgic connection to some of these records that, having to repurchase them, although that would refeed the beast, wouldn't it? I mean, if you think about it, you get to go through in the hunt. I mean, the hunt is part of the thrill of this whole thing. I mean, yeah, the music is important. We all love it, but you get to be a certain age and a certain financial status where you have money, expendable income to blow on this shit. It changes, but you get to reassert yourself into the collection stream and hunt for things that you've had for decades. It might be kind of fun again. I don't know. Did you experience some of that?
Yeah. I think one of the biggest things that affected how I went about it this time too is exactly what you say, where you kind of get into a different financial strait, but at the same time there's going into the record store and picking up a record like let's say Rat Invasion of Your Privacy. You go into the record store now and that record is $20+ dollars.
I know. I just bought it online for about that. Yeah.
To me, that record is $4.99.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. That's just, it's up here. It's $4.99. That's what I always saw that record for. $4.99, maybe $7.99 if it was still in the shrink wrap, So that also makes you go, maybe I really don't need that right now. Maybe I'd rather take that and put it towards something I've been wanting more. So, but don't get me wrong. I of course have Rat Invasion of Your Privacy because everyone should own that record. But
it's a great record.
Just using it as an example, it really the price of vinyl, not just now, and I know a lot of people talk about it just now, but really over the past, almost 10 years has really risen to a point where you. Even if you're financially well off, you still need to be smart about it.
It's a lot. It really is. Vinyl prices have gotten crazy.
Yeah, the days of being able to go build a collection out of the dollar bin is gone. That's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, even the brick and mortar stores, they're so hell bent on pricing their entire stock on Discogs. I mean, Discogs prices have transcended into the brick and mortar realm, and why would you? It's getting to the point where going to the brick and mortar was fun hunt. You can save a little money and support a local business, but now there's not much differentiation between buying it live or buying it online. And in fact, a lot of times it's easier to buy it online. So I think the whole record industry is kind of shooting themselves in the foot and trying to price themselves out of this vinyl resurgence. But that's just me.
Yeah, I look at the brick and mortar store as the and I love my local store. I mean, I've been with this store for a long time, and I know everybody there and they're like family, but I look at that store or any brick and mortar store as I need something to do. Okay. It's an event. It's an activity.
It's a place to go. It's a pilgrimage.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's something to physically go do and flip and scour the store and find things, and which still can be done. You can still find stuff and get excited about it and everything else, but yes, getting stuff online, whether it's from a distributor or eBay or Discogs or what have you, that's fun too. And in a way, it can actually be cheaper if you think about, well, the gas I spent driving down to the store, paying for parking if you have to, if you're in one of those places, your time, blah, 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 everything else. There's definitely records I've bought at my brick and mortar that I could have bought online, for a lot less.
Yeah,
for sure. But I do like having the option of both.
Sure. Alan, do you have any questions? I've kind of dominated this. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. Again, you've got more, history with, Duane's channel than I do. But yeah, Duane, I very much get what you're saying. I went through, I didn't have the fire part of it, but I went kind of through the same change in direction with my collection about 10 or 15 years ago, where, I very consciously started thinking more about, just to shorthand it, quality instead of just bulk quantity of stuff. It's like I could just keep buying everything that's beat up and scratched and scrounged out of a flea market, where I could start trying to save a little bit and get nicer copies of some nicer records. The collection won't be as big, but I think I'll like what I have a bit more if I maybe change my approach to things. And I've been on that path, ever since.
Yes, definitely. Like I said, quality over quantity is, the older I've gotten, the more that means to me, for sure.
Yeah, it kind of ties in a little bit, just as a side note, with a conversation that's been going on in a lot of videos this week. Kellen over at Killing for Company posted a video talking about, can metalheads be audiophiles? And, part of that conversation has been about stereo equipment and stuff like that. But part of it's also, about listening to metal music and why do metalheads do certain things the way they do. So there's been some really interesting points brought up in some of the reply videos that different channels have posted, and some of it has kind of touched on those same issues you're mentioning about maybe not being quite so cheap and gravitating towards only the really low low cost stuff, and working to save up for some of the bigger stuff, not just in terms of stereo equipment, but also in terms of the records we buy.
Plus there's something to be said as well for age, and I think us leading up to from 13 to 50, that's the age of exploration. You're trying to find out what you like, you're broadening your horizons. I like this style and this style. You start, and the collector mind sets in, you start filling in all these holes and all these different genres. And then 50 hits, you start to realize, you start looking at your collection. And I used to love it when people would come over for the first time and, oh my God, look at all these CDs and records. I mean, it's kind of a look what I did type of thing. But the reality of it is, the older you get, the less people come around. It's like, it's just me with these records. And let's be honest, there's a lot of stuff in this collection that I haven't listened to in fucking decades. And it hasn't been any impact on my life. I mean, there's the classics, there's shit I listen to all the time, but yeah, I mean, you get to a certain age and all of a sudden you are wanting more quality than quantity. You've lived through the quantity stage, you've lived through that, and you live with your collection every day. You can sit and reflect on it and think, okay, yeah, I bought a lot of shit that I really didn't fucking need. I really did. And we all have. And it's just sitting there, placeholders. I got to fill the hole. Well, do I need all the Gorefest CDs? I don't, because half of them suck. I mean, it's just the way it is. And do I need every Maiden record? I should say yes, but there's some I never listen to. I just don't listen to some of them. And do I need new Maiden? I know some people like the new one. I didn't. I tried. I just can't. It's tired. And why did I buy it? Because I'm collector scum. That is why, when it boils down to it. I'm a diehard Maiden fan, but they make it hard sometimes. And a lot of bands make it hard.
Little monkey.
It is, yes. That could be the tagline for one of our shirts.
It probably should be, yes. Bumper stickers. I've got it as a tramp stamp. I've said too much. Moving right along. But yeah, as we go through those phases too, whether we're collecting for quantity or quality, we do along the way tend to pick up some unusual stuff. If you dig around out in the wild long enough, you'll start to hear some oddball types of items, which kind of segues a little bit back towards what we're going to focus on tonight.
Yeah, and tonight's topic, Alan. Let's be honest, folks. Alan and old Marty needed a little reprieve from the homework that was the BOC. Granted, it was fun digging into some of these records I never heard, but
very fun.
It was too much. It was too much in a week in a 6-hour long stream. Cheers to all you that hung out for that.
Frankenstein. Somebody had to do it. Might as well be me.
Might as well be you.
I swear it will never happen again.
We needed something that didn't require as much homework, and Alan came up with this topic. Let's show rarities, and Laz added the Holy Grail aspect to it, which they're kind of held hand in hand. Yeah. So why don't we start off with showing some pressing rarities and whatnot? What are you going to say, Alan?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, the thing that made me think of this when you told me that, Duane was available this week and wanted to come on, is just like, that's great. And you said, well, we don't really have a topic yet. I'm like, what would be really good to discuss, really fun to talk about with Duane? And I just remembered, one of his recent videos where he had showed a record he'd been looking for an incredibly long time. And it was this kind of, strange, oddball pressing of a record. And watching his video was just so awesome, because it was kind of what we were talking about. It wasn't the look at these 20 albums I've just bought. It's like, I want to spend the next 40 minutes talking about this one album that I have looked for so long. And it was a great video. And like, we should have Duane do something like that, because I bet there's a ton of stuff on those walls behind him that have similar stories to them. So that's kind of why I pitched this topic to y'all, and I'm glad that it resonated with everybody.
Good.
Right on.
Yeah,
well, let's go ahead.
I don't have stories behind everything. Some I do, but no, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah, that was one that I actually pulled that too, just because it's still fresh and sitting here. But that's something I like as well. Is I like to see when there's stories behind some of this stuff. It isn't just the stuff. It's why is Marty obsessed with Fate's Warning, right?
And, yeah, I thought you were going to say Halloween. I was say, well, I'm not obsessed. I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
Yeah, we definitely walk that same path.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's So I thank you, Alan. I appreciate you mentioning that, because that's I thought people are really just not going to give a crap about this, or they're going to dig the story to it. So
it was in all seriousness, it was one of the best most fun videos I've enjoyed the most in recent months. It was awesome.
Thank you.
And folks, the link to Laz's channel is in the description. If you are not familiar, please go down there and check it out. He's got an awesome, diverse collection. Veteran metalhead, has a lot of cool things to say about some really great stuff. But
I'll be back in like 1 second. I just go flip a switch over here on the wall.
Right on. We might as well start off with you, Laz. You're the guest. You go first. Why don't you get this party started? Show us something that's shiny.
Well, let's see here. How about because some people just didn't get enough Blue Oyster Cult.
Oh, Jesus.
It's happening again.
Save me, Jesus.
Imagine that.
So where did we leave off on hour 8? Okay, so no, this is your standard on your feet or on your knees. The first live album, absolutely killer. But we're not going to talk about that. But what we are going to talk about is the test pressing for that album.
Oh, there you go.
And so this is 1970. I'd have to look at the exact year, but so 2 album set. Let's see, it's the standard white labels there with the info. And what's neat about this is I even kept the original inner sleeves with the notations on there.
Nice.
Because that's just part of the historical package, right? So, but that's the kind of stuff that I really I don't know, I guess geek over is the word. I come from, I can kind of explain my obsession with like test pressings is I come from the book industry. I worked for Borders Books and Music for 12 years and as management for them. And so in the book business, we would get all the time what are called advanced reader copies, uncorrected proofs, galleys. They have all these different names. And it's basically the copy of the book before it goes to final print. Okay, so basically test pressings for books.
Yep.
And that's where I really learned about that. So when I got into test pressings with vinyl, that's how I saw that was, that's basically, advanced reader copies for albums. It's the very first real pressing, and sometimes changes are made, so you have a version of a record that may be completely different than the final product in some way, shape, or form, or it may even be the same. But it's the true first, so you kind of go from test pressing to promotional copy to standard pressing, Yeah. So anyway, so there's a piece of Blue Oyster Cult for you. And then kind of along the oddity thing, this is something that I still happen to have. This is still sealed. We were just talking about this. Club Ninja.
Oh, yeah.
This is the long box.
Wow.
Still sealed. Never been opened. Box is a little bent here and there, but
it's old.
I of course have it, so it's like, why open it? Keep it like this, just because that was a sign of the times,
Yep.
So
all right.
So anyway, I thought I'd get a couple licks of Blue Oyster Cult in there while I could. So
it really amazes me, the whole test pressing thing. There's such a contingent of people that love that, and me being, I release records, and I've got a bunch of test pressings in this house, and from stuff I released, and I have a different view on them than, maybe I wouldn't have if I didn't know but like that BOC, there's probably a bunch of those test pressings, whereas like the stuff that we do is 5. There's 5 test pressings. That's it of each release. The band typically gets them, but I usually keep 1 or 2 of them. But yeah, I mean, this is plain Jane, white label with an A and a B on it, and maybe there's a fake cover, maybe there's not, maybe it's just in a slipcase, but no, it's definitely a thing. People, it's a huge collector thing, and you're right, it's the very first, and it's very limited, which is, I guess, the allure of it, I guess. But all right, Alan, I got my camera in the way, I can't see the screen. There we go. What do you got? Let's see.
Test pressings were something I thought of too. Like y'all said, there's definitely a collectible aspect to those, and yeah, you're right, Marty. Some folks really go nuts for those. That said, they are tough to come by. You don't see them very often. They can get kind of pricey. While there's not a huge number of people that want those, the ones who do are often willing to pay a good amount for them. So yeah, if you're trying to get them like on eBay or stuff, it can get very dicey very fast. As such, I don't have very many. I do have one that I really like though. And it's for an old new wave of British heavy metal single of all things. Nobody would have guessed that. But yeah, it's for this single. This is Crucifixion's second single. This is just one of those second tier new wave of British heavy metal bands. Never really made any waves, but I've always loved them. They're one of the more powerful, more forceful groups of the era. Their early stuff, especially the tracks on this, really do kind of harken to what was going to come with power metal and speed metal and thrash metal a couple of years later. This is just, standard, neat records single. This is the kind of thing that, for years you could buy for $8 and nobody wanted them. And now, yeah, they're hard to find and people pay a lot. I've had this forever. I've had this record for probably 30 years. But several years ago, a collector colleague over in Italy contacted me wanting to know if I was interested in a test pressing of it. I was just like, tell me more of this test pressing of which you speak. He has a really insane collection of very rare oddball kind of stuff. And what he'll typically do is his want list is very short at this point. He's collected forever. He's got most of the stuff. The few things he doesn't have, though, are very high dollar, tough to come by. So when he finds one of those items, a lot of times he'll have to rapidly sell off some other stuff that he just doesn't want anymore to be able to bid and pay the high dollars for the few last things that he really does want. And one of the people he knows he can contact about such things is me. So he's like, yeah, I'm trying to get I've got to get some money really quick to pay for this other record I've won. Would you be interested in a test pressing of a crucifixion 7-inch? And
Nice.
I was like, yes, I would. And so we worked out the details and I picked it up. So yeah, this is, again, yeah, like you said, Mark, just white label, simple, just quick marker on it. There's nothing else to it. There's no picture sleeve with it or anything like that. But yeah, you don't see the test pressings for these old singles very often, even from the large, Neat is a relatively large label for new wave of British heavy metal. And even their stuff, you just don't see items like this very often. So it was really cool to come by, and I was very grateful that he thought of me when he decided he was going to sell that one. He knew I really liked the band quite a bit, and he knew that, yep, if he wants to sell something quick, he's reasonable about stuff. He's not going to, ask the moon for things. He's like, if I give you a reasonable price, you will pay it. I get the money I need quickly. You get a cool record. We have a good relationship that way. But yeah, this one I was really happy to pick up. Not the kind of thing that you get to come across all that often.
Oh, you've thrown down a gauntlet to Aaron. He's like, I've never seen a Neat test pressing any title.
Well,
His
Aaron, it may not be
senses are tingling.
It may not be the only one you see tonight, Aaron, but we'll see where we get to.
Touche.
But so yeah, that's test pressing is definitely one of those kind of odd things that most people will end up with. I think one or two here or there, unless you really devote yourself to collecting them, which is a slow and expensive process. But hey, if that's your thing, that's absolutely cool. All right, Marty, what do you want to start us off with?
Well, going through my collection, I've got some rarities, but not a lot of them. So I kind of bent the rules a little bit, just kind of picked different pressings that I like.
That's cool.
And I'm going to start this off just to make people roll their eyes, basically, and because we've already mentioned them. So, and I don't care. I think it's kind of funny. But
do you have a Blue Oyster Cult record too?
No,
because if so, I am leaving this damn cast.
No, we've got this.
Oh yeah,
Halloween. My God-given right. This is the. There's
Good
nothing
grief, that
rare
looks like
about
a Trapper Keeper.
Yeah, it looks like a Trapper Keeper. It's a book. It got a little. The person that shipped it from Canada did not package it well, so it's a little mutilated, but. If I've in the last year or two discovered the joy of Spotify. A lot of people slam on Spotify. I would just put on records that I like, and all of a sudden there'd be songs tagged on to the end of these albums that I had no fucking idea what they were. I never heard them. The Darius era is new for me within the last 5 years, and I have drank the Kool-Aid hard. When he joined the band, I could care less. Yeah, but man, all of a sudden it kind of came around to what was I thinking? This guy's a genius. Well, I heard these 4 songs, I Wish I Were There, Wicked Game, Nightmare, and More Than a Lifetime on Spotify. And I'm started looking around on eBay. I'm like, well, I got to have those. And I found this. I got it for about $30 from Canada. It's a 2 CD edition with a book attached in there. And this is not rare. I mean, this is the height of, major label excess. I mean, re-releasing the shit over and over in different shapes and sizes and, balloon animals and whatever the fuck else they tag onto this stuff. But people bitch about this because the cover's bad. Man, I really like this record. I really do. The last couple songs, well, 11 and 12 are okay. But the rest of the album is exceptional, or top-notch Halloween as far as I'm concerned. And I was happy to get this. And the thing of it's a drag, and obviously it isn't fitting in my CD rack. I could put it in the vinyl section. It's about the size of a 10-inch.
It looks like it, yeah.
But I'm just like, man, and it's a book. I mean, it has a spine. I've got this. I have to adjust the lighting in here. I got one of those giant fucking lights in here. I don't need to illuminate this sexy that much. But yeah, this is awesome. I love this. I love this band. They're one of my favorites. And the collector bug bites me when it comes to these guys. And I'm starting to find all these Darius reissues that have bonus discs and stuff. I'm like, fuck me, man. When does it end? When can I say no enough? But had to have this one. So That's my first. The next one will be a little more rare, I promise. But I had to start that off just so people go, oh God, Halloween. Enjoy it, 88 people. Enjoy it. Duane, you're up.
No problem with Halloween here, Marty.
Right on. I knew we're brothers united in the pumpkin for sure.
Yeah, you saw the CD video that I did? The CD collection video?
Yeah, I did. It was awesome.
Yeah. Since that video, these are the new additions.
Holy shit. I can't wait for that video.
Yeah. So let's see here.
Before you start, Alan, I was going to tell you before we started, guess what I was listening to before Laz logged on?
Beyonce?
Chameleon.
You know, Marty, there's thousands upon thousands of records out there you can listen to. You don't have to listen to Chameleon.
I didn't have to, and I really liked the first half of it. The second half, it gets a little rough. But anyway, Laz,
so Laz, I'm looking for a new co-host on Friday nights. What's your availability? Just throwing it out there.
I'll start my own show. Screw you guys.
You can call it the Chameleon Hour.
We're going to when we hit 5,000 subs. Everybody,
yes, when we get to 5,000 subs, I have pledged that I will live stream myself listening to the entire damn Chameleon album with running commentary from yours truly.
I'm going to be with you on this. We're going to do this together. Man, I can't wait.
If you
we'll
want
discuss
to
it.
join
We'll
in,
discuss it live. It'll be fun.
You're welcome to share in the misery if you so choose. But everybody, tell your friends, come subscribe, and the sooner you hit 5K, the sooner you can watch me suffer.
You need to throw down Chameleon on the heavy metallurgy. What's the other show you guys do where y'all dive into the one album?
The album club.
Yeah, the
Wednesday album club. Yep.
Yep.
I would like to officially announce my retirement from the album before that happens. Kellen and Ben can carry on in my stead.
These next three are kind of along the same lines. They're not necessarily so much rare, just kind of a little unusual in an odd way, but not so much. And what I mean by that is they're promotional copies. I love my Lizzie Borden. Okay. And it's not just a promotional copy though, but it's a promotional package.
Yep.
So this is Visualize, one of my favorite Lizzie albums. Came with this neat folder inside that has a mail order form, a poster of the cover, an 8x10 glossy photo, and a metal blade bio on the band and the record.
Nice.
Okay. So just something, when we were talking about the show being not just alternate pressings, but kind of like collectible oddity kind of things, this is one that came to mind. And it's just something where it takes the album and kind of gives it a little extra geeky flavor and fun stuff to have with it. So
definitely.
There you go.
Yeah, and those kind of packages are not easy to find anymore because usually all the pieces got taken apart and people pinned the picture up to their wall and threw away the bio and scratched up the record. So yeah, it's hard to get all that stuff in one place.
All right, Alan, you're next. Sorry, I'm interacting with the chat here.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah,
we really appreciate all 83 of you. Thank you for watching and hanging out with us on a Friday night. Cheers to you all.
The chat is very lively tonight, and folks have lots of cool comments going on.
Yeah, and definitely hi to everybody that I'm normally chatting with in the chat, except now I'm on the camera. So
yes.
It's good to see you guys.
All right, I'm just going to kind of keep following suit with what Duane is showing. Yeah, I pulled a couple of promo items too. Promos, from different eras, sometimes they're very collectible, and sometimes they're less. I know, like for my dad, when you get to like a lot of the golden oldies kind of stuff, promos are considered very rare and very desirable. By the time you get into some 80s stuff, having those little promo stamps on them, a lot of people don't care so much. But I've got a couple of promos that I like for particular reasons. Let's see, one of them, and they're both oddly enough, the two I picked are sabotage items. I may have showed one or both of these some time long ago. This is a promo copy. This is not the Streets album. This is a compilation called From the Dungeons to the Streets. And it was recorded and put together after Streets, before Gutter Ballet. And just kind of has a various mix of, a few live tracks, a few tracks from each of their albums, that were released on major label for Atlantic. The thing that's kind of cool about this one is that Atlantic pulled the plug on the project. And so it was never officially released by the label. They got to the promo stage and sent out some copies of it to radio stations and stuff like that. But then they just decided not to commercially issue the thing. I found out about this back in 92 because the local college metal radio station played a live track by Sabotage, and I had never heard that live version. So I called them up and asked them, hey, where'd you get that live Sabotage track? And they're like, oh, it's on this thing called From the Dungeons to the Streets. And so I just figured it was a new release about to come out, and I kept looking for it and looking for it and looking for it and looking for it. It took 5 damn years to find an actual copy of it that showed up in a used bin in Texas. And I was just like, holy crap, that's the thing. So snapped it up. But it's, not the only weird Sabotage promo. Metal Blade actually got permission to release a Sabotage live album called Live Devastation. This is from the Mountain King and the one after Gutter Ballet era when they were doing live shows. It's got killer track selection, really good sound quality. You got the Metal Blade logo there on the back. This is just a cardboard promo. Mm-hmm. And this is another one that never got past the promo stage. Metal Blade never actually released this commercially. They made up promos and some copies leaked out here and there. You could actually buy this directly from Metal Blade's mail order back in the mid-90s, which is where I got this. But I don't know why, if something... You would think if they'd already gotten to this stage where they had manufactured promo copies that the contracts and everything would have been secured. At the same time, it always struck me as kind of odd that Metal Blade was getting to release something by Sabotage when they were still under license to Atlantic. So I'm not sure what went on, how Metal Blade got involved in this, or why it fell through. But, Sabotage back in these days, the albums are great. They were a beast live. I've never heard a Sabotage live recording from this era that didn't just absolutely pummel me. And this one's no exception. So yeah, it was like, a $5 kind of thing looking through the Metal Blade catalog. I was like, oh, I don't know what that is, but yeah, sure, I'll add it to the order. And then all of a sudden it turned out to be this weird thing that, again, never actually got released. So yeah, sometimes promos, have a little more history. Like you were saying about, the test pressings, Duane. Sometimes changes are made to the album later on. Sometimes the promos they promote something that you can never get any other way. And so, yeah, always been very happy that I could track these two down and didn't have to, pay an insane amount to get them, because they are pretty hard to find these days.
Yeah, those are I've never seen those.
Then my work here is done. I've shown Duane something he hasn't seen. I have checked off that achievement box.
That's a Sabotage sweet spot too. So,
oh yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you want for sure. All right, Marty, let's pass it over to you for a minute.
All right,
what you got next?
Well, Charlie, who was the fiddle player in Panopticon, he got a hold of me at some point this year and said, "Hey, I got something I want to send you." Okay, gave my address. This arrived. It's a King Diamond Welcome Home radio single.
Oh, hell.
Nice.
The other side is phone call.
Yep.
Sweet.
I thought, wow, what a weird little thing to find. And it doesn't look like this was played. The vinyl is absolutely 1000% immaculate. Was this WOCR is what it looks like. Look it up online. This goes for a bit of money. I couldn't believe it. It was like a lot of money, like hundreds of dollars worth of a lot of money. I couldn't believe it. I put it on, had to listen to it. It sounds immaculate. It sounds super crisp and clear and great. Charlie, if you're watching, thanks so much. But yeah, I guess this would be considered a rarity. I don't have any idea how many of these radio promos were pressed, but it's a 2-song. It's got Welcome Home, which was the single off of them. They had a video for it. The other side is phone call, which is a ridiculous thing to put on a B-side. It's just King talking on a phone. It's I've always thought it was on that Dark Sides compilation. I thought it was really stupid that they focused on that for a B-side, where if you get like the King Diamond Shrine, there's like a different song that isn't on anything else on there, which is kind of cool. But this was a cool little piece to have arrive, and pretty rare. Again, I couldn't believe it was so pricey. Again, there's a collector's market for this stuff. I mean, am I actively hunting it? No, but when it turns up, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to have this stuff. So thanks again, Charlie. And yeah, there's something non-Halloween and a little foreshadow. You're going to see a lot of King Diamond Merciful Fate from me in the rest of this evening. So anyway,
that's cool.
Duane, you're next.
And I kind of figured, which is why I made it purposeful not to pull any Merciful Fate or King Diamond.
There's a bunch of it, so you probably would have pulled something that I don't have.
Yeah. Okay, so this is kind of along the same lines as the last one. This is an original first pressing Blind Guardian Night at the Opera.
Nice.
Cool.
Okay, and I will defend this record to any Blind Guardian fan. I know this is not high on a lot of Guardian fans' list, but I absolutely love this album. One of my favorite Blind Guardian tracks is on here, which is Wait for an Answer. But this one also has all of the promotional pack stuff in here.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
The photos and everything else. And this is Century Media. Again, the original pressing, not the newer Nuclear Blast reissues. So, but one of my top bands right here. And so and like you said, Alan, sometimes this stuff finds you, and I remember this found me. So it's interesting how that works out, and definitely something you'd never get rid of,
Right.
So, but so any Guardian fans watching, Night at the Opera, love this album. Love this album. I will defend it till I die.
Yeah, I remember that one. I liked it going back and not hearing it in a long time. I don't remember everybody's opinion on. We had Zoller on that one, right? He didn't like that one much. I don't think. I don't remember. Alan, you were a little on the fence about it as well, weren't you?
Yeah, it's okay, but it's not my favorite. I think I had it maybe in the middle of the pack somewhere. Right. But no, that's cool that you're into it, Duane.
Very cool. And I liked it. I liked it a lot better hearing it this year than I did when it came out. I liked it a lot better for sure. All right, Alan, you're back. I'm going to go use the little boys' room while you're chatting.
All right. Well, another thing that turns up under kind of the odd banner in my mind is sometimes you find shaped discs. And this can be CDs or vinyl where they're not cut in a round circular shape like they normally would be. This, of course, can be kind of tricky. So they're a pain to manufacture. And so as such, it's not a technique you see done very often. For collectors of 80s metal, whenever you start thinking of shaped vinyl, you immediately start thinking of Ironworks because they were infamous for doing a lot of these oddball shapes for some of their different releases. I'm not sure anybody knows how many different shapes were made for a couple of Jagdpanzer 7-inch items. They apparently just literally sat in the garage cutting like, what do we feel like making today? I don't know. Cut some like a Christmas tree. Okay. Next week, what are we doing this time? I don't know. Cut and make a Coke bottle. This is not hyperbole. These are very real things that exist that I am rattling off here. I don't have any of the Jagdpanzer ones. They're out there. They're not the hardest things to find. I just never have tracked those down, but I do have a different one from that label by a different band. The band is called Final Assault. This is the insert that comes with what I'm about to show. This was a pretty straightforward 80s traditional metal band. They later changed their name. I think it was Final Vengeance, or they had Vengeance in the name. But they made, a single for Azra Ironworks, and because they had kind of a Christian lean to their lyrics, some of the copies got cut into this kind of weird scroll book shape, and it has like a little snippet of lyrics that are kind of like all take cover, the time is here, all take cover, beware the spear, final challenge, the king is called, mount your horses, prepare to assault. So it kind of straddles the line. You can read that as, very just, kind of, the generic heroic fantasy lyrics is fine. But, there's also maybe, a little bit of biblical undertones to parts of it also. The backside just has a picture of the guys looking very, very 80s metalish. I don't think they ever released anything else. There is an anthology of some of their demos and stuff that was put out several years ago. So they did record more material. I don't recall them getting any other singles or a full album out at any point. I got the anthology when it came out, just kind of out of curiosity. It was pretty good. I haven't played it in a long time, but it was decent material, better than what you normally expect on some of those. Here's 12 songs by a band that only existed for a very short period of time. Those can be a roll of the dice, but that one was pretty good. And so I was like, oh, it says here they made a record. I'll track it down. How hard could that be? It took a while, but yeah, I eventually did track this down. And if memory serves right, this does come in a different shape as well. This is one variant, but true to the Azra Ironworks credo, they couldn't settle for just one variation. There's at least one other shape that you can get that one in, which I do not have. I don't think I've ever even seen it. It took me so long to find that one. I was just kind of like, I'm happy. I'm done. I don't need to go digging for the other one. If I stumble into it someday, that's great. I'll try to acquire it. But for now, I'm very happy that I was able to even get the one. So yeah, there's a lot of different cool shapes on some things that you can find out there. But even finding complete lists of them is a tricky thing to do. If you're really interested in the Azra Ironworks catalog and their variations, I would recommend you go check out the Corosium website. Some people pronounce it Corosium. I've always gone with Corosium. Doesn't really matter. It's an excellent collector resource website for folks that are into 80s and 90s metal, vinyl, and CDs. And they put together very complete discographies for a lot of these smaller, more cult labels. They've done the best job I've ever seen of trying to archive the Ironworks and Azra releases. And there's a huge disclaimer at the top of the page that says, look, guys, even we can't track down all the weird variations these guys did back then, but here's what we know so far. And it's a really impressive list they've been able to compile. So, yep, cool shapes, neat, not something you run across very often, though. And Marty, looks like you're back, so I'm going to pass the ball over to you.
All right. This next pressing thing I've got is, well, the main one is Agent Steel, Mad Locust Rising. This is a
killer record.
Yeah, killer. It's got The Swarm is Upon Us intro, Mad Locust Rising, The Ripper, which is of course Judas Priest cover, and Let It Be Done, The Day at Guyana. This is an EP, very cool, and I think it was Martin Popoff's book, like the old price guide for all the vinyl, that there was a rarer version of this Mad Locust Rising on blue vinyl.
Yes, there was.
And thanks to the
thanks
to eBay back in the day, I ended up scoring this for a pretty cheaply. I couldn't believe it. That's what a lot of people don't realize. When eBay first started, it was the glory days of buying records because people did not. It was kind of like hot potato. Don't want to hang on to it, move it on. I want to get rid of my records, whatever. But you could buy some killer shit cheaply. And did I need this? Fuck no, I didn't need this. I already had this. It's black record, fine. But the thing I guess that makes this a little bit interesting is it's 1986. Yeah, colored vinyl was a thing back then, but
that's right.
It has become kind of commonplace and expected nowadays. People really, my marbled vinyl, this or that. Back then, it was a lot less common. So, yep, I've got two versions of Mad Locust Rising. Why? I don't know. I just need one, but I've got two. One's blue, one's black. But that's the point of the show, to share in our sickness to all you folks.
Yeah, that's a cool one. I had that one years ago, but well, it's not here anymore for reasons.
Right?
Crazy stuff happens sometimes. Let's not dwell on the past. Duane, take us into the present.
Yeah, today, now it's, you see somebody and go, wow, you have that on black?
Yep.
You know how rare that is? You know? But yeah, back in the day, I mean, color vinyl was amazing to find. And in the wild, it was always a joy, you know, that special extra oomph. And then you'd go home and spin it and be like, that sounds okay.
Yeah.
But okay, so I'm gonna get this out of the way now. And then after I said that, I forgot I did grab this one. So I better show it now before Marty takes over. So I have 3 different versions of this I'm going to show. And so this is the Nuns Have No Fun, we all call it, Merciful Fate.
Yep.
This is an original pressing. This is the 2nd or 3rd, I believe. The first has a white border. This is the black bordered edition.
Yep.
On Ravon Records. Classic. Every Merciful Fate collector has to have a copy of this. And then this is the Metal Blade reissue. And then this is a bootleg edition. So I can get this all in here. And what I find interesting, the reason I pulled this is, especially if you look at the back. So let me see here. Okay, so here's the one with the sticker there. This is the Metal Blade. Okay. When you look at the back of these, the original one is on the bottom. The Metal Blade's on the top, and the bootleg is in the middle. The bootleg is more true to the original than the Metal Blade reissue.
Yep.
How they did it. I mean, it is a dead ringer outside of, obviously, you see the color difference in the original one just from the age. And even on the front, now it's going to be reversed. The original's on the top, and the Metal Blade's on the bottom with the bootleg in the middle. You see the color is even closer on the bootleg to the original than the new Metal Blade reissue. And then especially when you look at the spine, you see there the 2 white spines. That's the original and the bootleg.
They didn't even try with Metal Blade.
The Metal Blade reissue is like not even as close as the bootleg. And you know what? The bootleg sounds great, you know? So since we were doing oddities and things, I thought that would be interesting to show.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yep.
All right.
Yep. Give me 1 second to grab something I forgot, Marty. It'll take like 5 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've got. I'll show it now. It's in my Grails thing. I picked this up again during the age of eBay when, you know, you could get anything, and it was missing the insert, which Alan actually had a spare insert that he sent me, so I actually have a complete piece now. So
nice,
very, very cool. All right, Alan.
All right, Marty showed a colored vinyl one, and that definitely falls under that oddities category. And yeah, like Duane was saying, you know, for older vintage stuff, colored vinyl was very weird and very obscure. You didn't see it done very often. For especially a lot of like metal bands releasing stuff on smaller labels, it was often just a way to get a discount on pressing your vinyl. What would happen is, you know, your band would go to the pressing plant, you'd get a quote, and if the pressing plant happened to have leftover colored wax from some other large order, they would often say, hey, if you guys don't mind us printing some of these up on, you know, yellow vinyl or blue vinyl or something, we'll actually knock, you know, 3% off your order just because, so we can use this stuff up. Because, you know, they'd occasionally get like, you know, a large item where they'd have to have the colored vinyl, but then they'd be left with leftovers. And so a lot of times the bands are like, oh, hey, you mean we can actually save $150? Yeah, you can put some on blue. We don't care. And then now, you know, decades later, those are, you know, these insanely rare collectible things sometimes. And like you said, Marty, now it's exactly the opposite. Everyone goes to the label and just like, I need 250 on maroon. I need, you know, 350 on, you know, smoked sapphire quartz. I need 75 on pink rosette. And it's just like, you know, it's exactly the opposite of what it used to be. It's why a lot of those old Misfits singles, for example, you know, a few of those that show up on colored vinyl are so rare. It wasn't meant as this insane collectible thing back then. It was a cost-saving measure for these bands that were counting their pennies trying to pay for the pressings. And New Wave of British Heavy Metal has their share of those. One of my favorites, I've already talked about this band once, but another Crucifixion. This is a 12-inch EP. Came a little later than the 7-inch I showed earlier. This is their Green Eyes EP. That guy on the cover looks a little bit familiar. Can't place it, though.
His eyes aren't green.
Say, there's the funny thing about the VC. Whenever I see that album, I cannot not think of Alan.
I know.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Alan, you have claimed that record. That is your ID record. That's your identity right there. It's just, I can never see that record and not see you now. So
it really has. It was one of the first random New Wave of British Heavy vinyl for decades of hearing others. It's not necessarily the best one, but the title track, still love it to death. And it's one that does come on colored vinyl. It comes on black vinyl, of course, but the copy I bought all those years ago happened to be on purple. And so Neat Records did a few on purple vinyl, and this was one of them.
With that Neat label on there too.
It really does. The labels are misprinted. And as far as I know, that's true on all the copies, because it's got Green Eyes and Jailbait listed on one side and Moon Rising on the other. And that's not the correct order. Green Eyes is on one side and the other two tracks on the other. So the labels are completely misprinted on it. But to my knowledge, all the labels are that way. I've never seen a copy that had the labels right. The thing that's drove me nuts about this record, though, for a long time was it was unofficially announced, so came on green vinyl. This came out around late, 97, I think. Maybe it was late 96, but I think it was 97. This was a book. It was done by an old vinyl dealer named John Allenson. He was an English guy, but he had relocated into the Appalachian Mountain area right up next to West Virginia and used to do a mail order heavy metal catalog. And he did this, just a vanity pressing, heavy metal, the vinyl years. And it's a really simple bare bones kind of thing. It's basically just sort of, a checklist of, just typewritten things, band names, label, year of release. There's really no text to it. It's more just like kind of a catalog listing of a lot of the metal albums he knew about. It's obviously extremely incomplete. It's not, even at the time when this was pressed up, folks knew, he was missing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of records from this. But he had worked on it for a long time, and I think just eventually wanted to get it out there. So, I knew the guy, bought records from him for years. I went to his house. He ran a small record store in West Virginia. I went to his record store. So, I was one of those annoying kids who wouldn't go away back then. And on the Crucifixion listing in here, let me find it. Crumb, Cry, Crier. We're going the wrong way. Here we go. Crucifixion. Don't know if we can get this in focus so good. Under Crucifixion, for the Green Eyes listing, it has purple and green listed. And the listings over here are the variations on colored vinyl. So it was published in here as being available in green vinyl. And so I was like, well, I've got the purple copy. I would love to have it on green vinyl too. I'll admit I am a bit of a sucker for colored vinyl on these older records, but it also just kind of made sense having Green Eyes on green vinyl. Yeah, of course you want that.
It's not buying. You didn't buy Purple Rain. You bought Green Eyes.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's like, fuck this purple vinyl copy. I want the green one. Goddamn.
Let's press Green Eyes in purple. Who the fuck thought that? Anyway,
what was that about? Yeah. So I commenced to looking for it. And again, the book was printed around 97. So I commenced to looking for it. We're now 25 years later. I feel confident in saying it does not exist on green vinyl, because I have never once seen or found a copy anywhere. I think what happened was, he just got it a bit mixed up because the title was, Green Eyes, and ended up listing it there when he wasn't supposed to. It's never been on Discogs. It has never been on eBay. It's never been on PopPsych. I have talked to every collector I know. It always comes up. If anyone I meet, once I figure out they're a serious collector, it would literally for decades to be like, hi, how are you? Where are you from? What do you like to collect? By the way, crucifixion? Let me ask you a question. And nobody has ever actually confirmed a copy was pressed on green vinyl. So, sometimes those really oddball, rare things you're looking for, you do have to sometimes question, are they really out there? Sometimes, source material is wrong. Mistakes are made. And yeah, I've seen there's black vinyl copies of this and purple vinyl copies of this, and that is it.
Is that the only source that you've seen the green listed?
That is the only time I have ever seen somebody listed as green vinyl. Yeah, that is the only place. Once or twice I had somebody claim that, oh yeah, I think I've got that on green vinyl. I'm like, well, if you would send me a picture of it, I would just love to see it. I'm not trying to buy it from you or anything like that. I just want to see a picture to know
proof of its existence.
Yeah. And every single time, they would get back to me and be like, oh no, I checked. It was actually on purple. I guess I'm thinking of a different record. And again, a lot of times, these colored vinyl things, they're done just with, leftover material. It's not like Neat Records was buying green dye just to make a crucifixion record with. They had to have had it left over from something else. And there's really not much green vinyl on Neat that I can think of. There may have been one or two of the Venom albums that were done on green. I'd have to go back and check. Now, Neat did have several items done on purple, though, so it makes sense that it ended up on purple. There's Venom 12-inch and 7-inch on purple. There's another purple item I'll probably show a little bit later tonight. So, yeah, it makes sense that where they were printing stuff up had access to leftover purple. But, yeah, there's no other things on Neat on green vinyl I can think of, which just kind of reinforces in my mind that it's a typo in the book. And it took me over 20 years to finally just go ahead and give up and be like, yeah, you know what? Damn it, that book's just not right. And hey, it happens. There are other things, like I said, there's a lot of stuff not in this book that exist. And in that one case, there's something in this book that does not exist. If anybody out there has a real copy of it on green vinyl, I would just, again, I'm not going to try to buy it from you or anything like that. I'm not begging you to sell it to me.
Oh, if I find it, you're buying it.
Send me a picture. I just want to know that it really did exist and that Allenson didn't make a mistake. But hey, we all make mistakes sometimes. So yeah, I thought that would be just a good example of colored vinyl and a little bit of the mania that can go into tracking down some of these oddball things because sometimes they don't exist. Damn it. So, Marty, what you got next for us? Sir?
All right. Well, this is another one of those. This was a happy occurrence, actually. I mean, we all know this classic. New York crossover is mostly thrash, but there's a definite hardcore feel to some of this stuff. I had this copy forever, and there was a store here in town called New Moon Records. I've talked about it a bunch on my show before, or on this show before, and they got in a copy and used $5.99. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll buy this and have a backup copy. Well, I get home with it, pop it out of the sleeve, and oh, look.
Wow.
It's a picture disc.
Oh, cool.
It actually also came with the order sheet. $5.99. $5.99. Back in the day when, like I said, people were CDs. The quality is so much better, so they start ditching their vinyl.
That's $75 now.
Oh yeah, probably. And it was good because the singer of my old hardcore band worked there. So he'd call and he's like, hey, some born again some person, we always thought they were born again Christians, that they had a vinyl collection, they got born again, and they purged their secular stuff. I mean, it was kind of a common thing. He'd call me and he's like, yeah. And the owner of the place, his name was Mike, he was Bob Seger's tour manager. And his wife Teresa was there most of the time, and she just didn't know what she had. And Jay would hold the stuff back behind the counter, and I'd come down, and I'm like, how much do you want for this stuff? And mostly he's like, oh, honey, $1.99 a piece. This one actually made it out to the counter, so it was priced $5.99. So I mean, I've got tons and tons of classic vinyl for $1.99, $5.99. It's crazy, but it's always nice to buy a pressing of something like, oh, this is just a spare. You get home, open it up just to listen to it, and like, oh shit, it's a picture disc, and it's got the merch sheet in it. It's kind of a cool. I doubt that it's rare again, but it's a different pressing, so I felt it lived in this realm that we're discussing tonight.
Oh yeah, that's really neat.
But Duane, you're back.
Okay, here's one kind of along the same lines. Since we're talking about 80s colored vinyl, one of the greatest heavy metal records ever written. We all know it. We all love it. And that is Accept's Restless and Wild.
Yeah.
This is the standard portrait edition. Okay. But then overseas, Heavy Metal Worldwide label. I have two different versions here.
Mm-hmm.
One is red and one is clear.
Oh, nice. I've got the red. I've never seen the clear.
Aha, that's
cool.
The point. Neither had I. I had always seen the red one. So when I saw the clear one, that's I had to act on it. But so, and there you go. And these are, I can't remember if this is German. I don't even remember where they're printed or pressed, but they've got label Heavy Metal Worldwide. But yeah, so just a couple of variants there of Restless and Wild.
That's cool. Oh damn! Do I have to go look for a clear vinyl copy now?
Do you have the red one, Alan?
Yeah, I have the red one, and I have a different pressing just that's on black vinyl. But yeah, I've never seen the clear one. That's really cool.
This is gonna hurt. This show is gonna hurt some people out there. I'm sorry, everyone. It's just the way this goes.
Metal Tea. No, it is not Billy Joel. It's been played. Play tested.
All right.
Well, that's a good point Aaron brings up. I didn't pull one of those, but there are some weird mispressings out there that have the wrong music on at least one side of the record. There's a Judas Priest record. It may be Screaming for Vengeance that has a famous
it's the Screaming for Vengeance picture disc, which there's 3 different versions of, by the way. Okay. But there was a misprinted copy. It has the black wax. So you have a Screaming for Vengeance with clear in the picture and then black in the picture. The black in the picture disc, there's a misprint and it's Neil Diamond.
That's right. Yeah. I knew it was something very non-metal.
I'm sorry. I grew up with Neil Diamond. I don't mind some Neil Diamond. That would have been a nice, it'd been jarring, but I still would have liked it.
Yeah. Yeah. But if you put that on the turntable expecting to hear Electric Eye and you hear Neil Diamond, you might mind it a little bit.
Jacqueline Rosie instead of Electric Eye. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, another one very similar. And Marty, this hits very close to home for you. Did you know there's a similar mispressing to Walls of Jericho?
I did not.
There's a mispress. Some copies of Walls of Jericho have, I think it's Celtic Frost's 2 Megatherion on one side. It's one side is Walls of Jericho and one side is half of.
Don't tell me this, Alan.
I've only seen it listed once ever.
Huh.
But yeah, it is out there. There's another mispress to Walls of Jericho also, but it's a much more minor one. On some copies, the labels on side A and side B are switched, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
So that you put on side A and it's actually playing side B.
I've seen that before. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's easier to find. But yeah, I have seen offered for sale a copy of. That has, I'm pretty sure it's Celtic Frost to Megatherion that's on the other side. It might be one of the Creator records instead. Small chance I'm wrong on that. So there you go, Marty. Something to look for.
No, I don't. I'd rather, if I'm going to listen to Halloween, I want to hear Halloween. I don't want to hear, ooh. Hey. All right, Alan, you're up.
Okay.
What you got?
I have a pair of singles that are kind of weird. Getting them out of the sleeves because this is going to be a little hard to see, I think. So, Pentagram, legendary doom band, DC area. Most folks, of course, mainly know them for their 80s albums, which are fantastic. But they have a history that goes way back into the 70s. And in the 70s, they made 4 7-inch records over the years, spaced out from 1972 up to 1979. The first one is this. This is when they were operating under the name Macabre. So they famously went through a lot of different band names in their early years, and some of them better than others. They called themselves Wicked Angel for a period, Pentagram, Macabre was one. There's at least 2 or 3 others. So you'll see different like bootlegs of old demos with all these different names on them. But when they went to press up the first single, they weren't operating under the Pentagram moniker. They were operating under the Macabre moniker. So they pressed up, this first single. It's got Lazy Lady and Be Forewarned, classic tracks. However, there was a little bit of an issue because when it got pressed up, they were not Macabre, they were Macbri, which I'm going to pronounce with a bad accent because I don't know how else to pronounce it. they misspelled.
I'd like a McBree and a large order of fries, please.
Yeah, I'd like a McBree with a shot of espresso and low-fat whipped cream. It sounds like something my wife would order at Starbucks. Bless her heart. Yeah. If there's something you really don't want to do on your debut piece of vinyl, let's have your name misspelled. And as such, they had to get them repressed, and so other copies of Be Forewarned with Lazy Lady do have the name. There it is. We got that extra A crammed in there this time, and it's actually under the Macabre name. So yeah, there's this weird oddball variation where the single comes with some copies have the misspelled label and some have the correctly spelled label. The story to it is that they originally did 500 copies, and they were all misspelled on the label, and that the vast majority of those were trashed. Because why the hell would you want to try to sell or give away or send out promo copies of your single when your band's name isn't even spelled right? So they just junked them. And they went back and got 500 new copies pressed up with the band name spelled the correct way. So in theory, the copies with the misspelling should be the rarer version, and the version with the correct spelling should be the easier to find version. Although it's not an easy record to find, period, anymore. In my own experience looking for the record, and I spent a lot of time looking for these, I have always seen more copies of the misspelled version. I've for every one copy with the correct spelling I've seen, I've probably seen 5 or 6 of the misspelled versions. Now that's a small sample size overall still, even though I've looked at these for decades. I'm still considering a sample size of maybe a couple of dozen copies at most. So may just be a little sample bias that I happen to keep stumbling upon the early misspelt pressing. In theory, that should be the one that's tougher to find. It's just that in my personal experience, I had a lot more trouble getting the version with the correct spelling. But yeah, kind of a neat and odd piece of Pentagram history, because it's not even the name Pentagram on it. And on half the copies, it's not even the name Macabre. It's Macbri. And but if you're a sick enough little monkey, you got to have it spelled both ways.
I understand.
Pentagram is one of my most favorite bands. The amount of Pentagram material behind me is sad, but yeah. So ended up with both. What can I say? Marty, what would you like to show us next?
Well, this, I guess, would be the original pressing of this album, but again, another very generous VCLT gift from a viewer of this show. Sorry, I don't remember your name. I just went looking through my email for the email exchange, and I can't find it. But a gentleman got a hold of me, said that he got a record that he bought on my recommendation from us talking about them so much on the channel. He bought it for a good price and decided it wasn't really for him and thought he'd send it to me just for a thanks. And it's a Roadster pressing of Manila Road's Crystal Logic in really great fucking shape. I don't want to know what the guy paid for this because it goes for pretty good money, but it's original Roadster Records, which was the band themselves label. really heavy duty stock. I know there's a couple different versions of this. This is the really heavy paper stock version of it. Yeah, I mean, the generosity of the people that watch this, I mean, y'all fucking rule. It's amazing. But yeah, this was a very, very wonderful surprise. I mean, obviously, was it Shadow Kingdom and Hell's Headbangers got involved in Shadow Kingdom mostly and started putting out, reissuing all the Manila Road stuff. So everything is pretty much in print, easy to, yeah, damn right. It's a gift. It's crazy. This stuff is pretty easy to find, and all the new pressings, and there's also High Roller Records pressings too. So I mean, they all sound good, but this was just very, very, very kind gift.
That's special.
It's a very special gift, and you know, this would be, I guess, a holy grail, which we'll get into here in a little bit. But first pressing, Crystal Logic. I should have brought out the other one, the High Roller one too, but yeah. Here you go.
That's another one, Marty, that there is an old pressing on blue vinyl of.
Yep, this one's just black.
Yep.
But,
I don't have the blue vinyl one. It's someday.
Yep.
It's okay, Alan. It's okay. Someday.
Okay, Laz.
Okay, well, let's see here. I think I'm going to show this just for Marty.
I don't want to buy anything.
I'm sure you probably own this. So
okay. Mine is white.
This is
white
black
cover. Yep.
Oh, you have a white cover?
I believe so. Let me grab it. While you're talking about it, let me grab it. I'll be right back.
Okay. So Fields of Nephilim. This is a import pressing. I want to say it's either English or French, I think. But killer, absolutely killer record. Not metal. This is definitely, I call it, death rock, goth rock, what have you. Your Sister's Mercy Fair, which I'm a huge fan of this stuff. And this album is it's their first album, and it's just absolutely killer.
It is not white, but it's different.
Yeah.
Mine is it's like,
oh yeah.
Let me get it out of the.
Let's see the where's yours pressed at?
It's a Beggar's Banquet. BMG RCA. So this is probably an American pressing. You may have the British pressing.
Yeah. That's 24 Gaskins, London. So yeah, this is a London pressing.
I love this fucking band. I love them. So good.
Excellent stuff.
So yeah. In fact, Carl McCoy. Did you ever see him in the movie Hardware?
I've never seen that movie, but I've been told a million times to watch it.
Seriously? Oh my God.
Yeah, I have not.
Killer post-apocalyptic sci-fi.
Just like the music that they played.
Yeah. Yeah. He plays this like desert scavenger character. He's only in it at the beginning of the movie, but he fits up. He kind of actually, he looks just like that with the glowing eyes and whatnot. It's killer. But so this is an original, pressing of this, and then this is not a reissue, but this is a reissue of this album, and this is Elysium.
I do not own that on vinyl, but I have the CD. There's like 2 songs on there that make me cry every time.
So
it's
and this is it's a green.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Pretty.
Yeah.
Color. So, but I wanted to pull these because it's a band that I wanted to bring up, and I know, Marty, but a lot of us metal collectors and whatnot, this is a genre of music that I think now's the time to really, if you're into it and you're not collecting it, now's the time to get it, because I think this stuff is starting to really become sought after, this kind of thing.
And it fits perfectly because it's got a very similar strain of darkness, and especially like the first album there, Dawn Razor. It's like spaghetti western type of music mixed with goth. It's really a cool, unique mix.
It is. It's its own thing. It's original. The closest thing to it's going to be Sisters of Mercy. That's the closest thing to this.
Which I have some of their records in here to show too.
Oh yeah, love that.
Oh cool. Yeah,
love that band.
In fact, I'll do that next.
But yeah, I just wanted to show that too.
All right, good one. That's a great poll.
That's very cool.
Alan.
All right, going to show one of my favorite items that I've ever picked up before. It's a band I love, album I love. It's everyone knows this, right? Kira Thungle, Frost and Fire. First album, classic artwork. There's several different versions of this. You know, the band put it out on their own little Liquid Flames imprint, and there's at least 3 early pressings of it. And it's just little tiny variations on like where the kneeling skeleton logo happens to be and where it happens to be left off. I've got some, I don't have all. The funny thing with what I'm showing you though is that this isn't Frost and Fire.
Is it into Megatherion to Megatherion by Celtic Frost?
I see the Enigma label on it.
Yep. There's also another logo up here.
I can't see it.
For Young. Let's see. There we go. There's also this little thing in the corner. It's like, that shouldn't be there on a copy of Frost and Fire. What's that about? This is a copy of King of the Dead.
Whoa.
This is a South American, it's a Brazilian pressing of King of the Dead, their second album, that for whatever reason, they used the artwork from Frost of Fire on. Down here in the fine print, if you read through it, this is pressed, this Young, whatever it is, Young record thing, is apparently an imprint in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And so, the album itself
probably
has the same two.
It's probably a bootleg.
I don't think it is actually. Well, no, maybe in that sense, I don't know, but it does. It has the Enigma.
Now the age of it and to run the Enigma logo on it. I don't know.
It may actually just be a weird South American pressing of it. So,
because I guess a bootlegger wouldn't put their own label on it.
Probably not. But it's a goofy thing. It doesn't make any sense.
That's neat.
First off, why in the world did Enigma have, why did they get a contract to press this album in Brazil back in the day? That's a strange one to choose to pick. While it's a fantastic album, it's not like it was, a huge metal release album of the year or anything. It was, always overlooked back in the day. And why the heck did it end up with that cover art on the front instead of the one that, has the big skeletal king with Elric standing in front of it, with the sword, Stormbringer held sideways, kind of dueling with it.
Yeah, and someone was asking in the chat if that's for Zeta. Isn't that Michael Whelan?
Yes, it's Michael Whelan. Oh yeah, he did he's done all the artwork for Kira Thungle, but Frazetta is a good guess. Yeah, there's no shame in thinking it might have been Frazetta. So this is just one of those odd things that makes no sense. And I have King Fally to thank for this. He had found it somewhere in his travels and mentioned it to me at some point because he knows I'm a Kira Thungle nerd. And I was just like, that's the coolest fucking thing I've ever heard of. He's like, yeah, it is. You want to buy it? It's just like, are you serious? Because you know what I'm going to say. He's just like, yeah, I'll sell it to you, man. So
that's awesome.
Huge thank you to King for letting me pick that one up from him. I've never seen it anywhere else before. The fact that it has, everything about it is the second album except for the front cover, which is the first album. It makes no sense, but I love it to death. I actually had to get up today. I keep this on the wall up here above the computer station. So I had to get up the chair and climb up on the desk to get this down and show it off. Definitely when decided on this oddballs kind of topic for part of tonight's show, this was the first thing. Like, yeah, I've got to show the weird Kirith Uncle pressing because
I'm glad you did. That's cool.
How weird is that? Thanks. I'm glad you like that one, Duane. All right, Marty. I'm going to put this one back in the sleeve and let you show us something else really cool too.
I don't know what pressings these are, but since last shown Fields of the Nephilim, I might as well show these. Got the Reptile House EP by Sisters of Mercy.
Very nice.
And also the
That's a good release by them.
Yeah, the self-titled Sisters of Mercy EP.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
These are on a label called Brain Eater.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how rare this is. This is 83. This is, well, they're both 1983. They have a very demo sound to them. It's very, very lo-fi. Obviously, they got a bit of a recording budget and a full band for their first album, First and Last and Always. But yeah, I mean, these are cool. I've never seen anyone in the VC show these. Of course, I don't watch a lot of goth people, but I would if I knew of some that were good and could, because I do really enjoy this style of music a lot. And again, I don't know if these have been repressed. I know they've been, the songs have been mashed on.
Yeah, actually, Marty, there's a if I have it in the other room, there's a CD box set that has all of those, the 12 inches in it.
What's it called? Some Girls Wander by... No, that's not it.
Yeah, something like... Hold on.
Some Girls Wander by Mistake, I think. But I don't know if that's the box set or not.
Thresh had an interesting point here about that label. He says he thinks it might be pre-Cleopatra.
Right on.
Okay. I don't know, but that's interesting.
Hey, Chromie, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Get a hold of me. We need to reschedule something.
We do.
My friend. We need to I'm all ready. We're ready. We're ready. Locked and loaded.
The theater's all set up.
Okay. There you go. Yeah. Some Girls Wander by Mistake.
I was right. Wow. That brain cell hasn't died yet. Congratulations.
So, yeah, very cool set, by the way.
Yes, it is.
If you love that band.
I greatly prefer Fields, but I do like Sisters on occasion too.
While we were on a small Sisters tangent, what do y'all think of Vision Thing? Because I know that album's a little divisive.
I just got that this year. I hated it forever, but I kind of listen to it now and I like it. It's them, you know, they got the dude from Sig Sig Sputnik in it, and with Tony James, is that his name? And it's a rocking, it's Sisters of Mercy rocking out. It's okay. Back then I hated it. Now I kind of like it.
Duane, what do you think of it? I'm just curious.
I like every album that they've done. So to me, you know, the Vision Thing is just right there. It is heavier, you know. So yeah, it's, to me, their whole catalog is just one big ball of Sisters of Mercy to me. I love all of it. There's no like, you know, even what's after Sisters? I'm totally drawing a blank.
What's that? What was your
Floodland?
Floodland's the second.
No, Floodlands. That's my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Lucretia, My Reflections on there, and that's just to me the Sisters of Mercy song. Mission, the Mission, right?
Mission UK. Yeah, they had members of Sisters of Mercy.
Wayne Hussey, and the guy split off. Yeah, I love
all that stuff too. You know?
Oh yeah, it's Sisters of Mercy, but you know, a little smoother going down, so to speak. But yeah, their albums are fantastic.
All right, Laz, you're back. What you got?
Okay, let's see here. How about, since we're talking about some variant type stuff, how about this variant? Metallica Kill 'Em All.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Never heard of them.
Excuse me. Never heard of it. Let me tell you. If you really like John Denver, but what this is an original, original meaning an 80s way back then, Music for Nations.
Gatefold.
Oh, nice.
Huh.
2 LP set.
Never seen that.
Limited edition. Direct metal mastered double LP. Plays at 45 RPM.
So is that a new pressing?
No.
Huh.
This is. These old eyes are having a hard time. It's definitely an 80s pressing. I know Andy Cloudy Milder knows all about this because it's Music for Nations. It's MFN7 DM. If I could bounce to Discogs, I'd look, but no.
Wade said that is very rare. I've never seen it.
Pressing.
I haven't either. That's neat.
1983 Music for Nations.
Wilson saying 87, 88. If he's talking about the same one.
1983 Music
Peter
for
says
Nations.
that's original.
Yeah. So it sounds amazing. I'll say that.
92 people in the chat. Cheers to all you guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Hopefully I don't scare anybody away. But so it's an amazing sounding copy. I have multiple copies of this damn record, and this is probably my favorite to play. So I just wanted to show this one because I don't know how rare it is, but I know it's just kind of odd.
Yeah.
You just don't see, you know. So
very cool. Nice one. All right.
That's really cool.
Alan.
All right. Well, another sleeve variant here we'll go with, and another new wave of British heavy metal single. This is a band called Bashful Alley. Another one that was very good, just kind of second tier new wave of British heavy metal bands that never got any further. They made the one single, gigged around for a while, and that was it. They have an anthology collection out that is surprisingly good. There's a lot of quality material on it, and it's a real shame they didn't get a chance. They could have made a pretty good album back in the day, it sounds like. This one is on a label called LEJ Records. Has this very distinct kind of brown and cream colored label. It's a very collectible label for new wave of British heavy metal fans. If anything you see on this label, if it's cheap, you should probably pick it up because it's probably worth a little bit, even if the music on it's not that great. This is probably the easiest single to find on the label. Both songs are very good on it. Straight up new wave of British heavy metal, just the way you'd expect it to be. The thing to note here is that it's got this very distinct kind of almost canary yellow picture sleeve. Simple drawing, but really nicely done. I thought it was a cool sleeve. The single did quite well. Like I said, it's probably the easiest thing to find on LEJ. It had the biggest pressing. Most of the stuff on this label got real small press runs. It was successful enough that the band was approached by a different label called Graffiti Records about putting out a second pressing. And so you can also get the single on Graffiti, same recordings, same songs. The Graffiti pressings, it's the same image, but it's a very light beige picture sleeve. It may look white, but it's actually a very kind of light shade of tan with the same thing. So you can get both versions. This one came out very soon after the other one. There may be like a 1 year difference between them at most, maybe just a few months. So, this is still from back in the day, even though it is technically a second pressing on a different label. This one is the easier version to find, but they tend to run about the same amount. They're both findable. It's not one of the toughest new wave of British heavy metal records to track down. But wait, there's more. Years and years ago, this copy turned up on eBay, and it's the same Bashful Alley single. It's the same picture sleeve, but when I looked at it, it looked very white, and it is. This is not the canary yellow, and it's not the pale beige color. This is just plain white paper. And the more I looked at it, the more it bothered me. I'm just like, that's not
somebody make it themselves,
right?
That looks like a bootleg, maybe.
It's like, what is it? But it's the same single, and it's the LEJ pressing. It's the early pressing of the album, not the Graffiti reissue.
They probably pressed a certain amount of vinyl to get a price cut, and then they only did so many covers up, thinking this may not sell, but it sold. So they let, well, let's print more covers up. So they just went and did whatever.
You're close, Marty. You're very close. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was a little bit different and a little bit weird, and I liked the single a lot. So I waded into the eBay bidding spree. We've all been there. And I did end up winning it. So got it. Just like, it really is white. It wasn't just like, I talked to the seller to try to get extra pictures. I thought maybe the, pictures sometimes, wash out the color really bad. And I was like, is that really white, or is it kind of like a beige? He's like, no, it's white. Why are you asking me what color it is? Are you colorblind or something? It's just like, because reasons. Anyway, years later, I ended up getting to talk to one of the band members. He was selling some stuff on eBay, and I bought a record from him. He's just like, oh, by the way, I was in this band back then. You might have heard of them. So I was like, oh, I know you. By the way, I have a question for you. And he was really nice about it, and he explained, and yeah, Marty, you're on the right track. When they did the original pressing on LEJ, they had X number of copies of the record pressed. They went down to the local print shop to make the sleeves, and they picked this, canary yellow paper because they're like, hey, that's a little different color. It's bright. It's eye-catching. It'll stand out in the racks a little bit. Maybe I'll get a couple of people to stop and look at it. And so they, started photocopying picture sleeves. And, the numbers he gave me, they, made 1,000 copies on LEJ. And, the store only had enough canary yellow paper to do about 980 copies. And so they're like, oh shit, we didn't quite get to the end of the run. We need a few more picture sleeves. Do you guys have any more paper? Like, nope, sorry, we're out of that. They're like, oh, well, hell, just do the last batch on white. It doesn't matter. So the very last few picture sleeves that they printed were just done on plain white paper. And this is one of them. So extremely few copies. He didn't know an exact number. Lord, it was, even when I talked to him, it had been 25, maybe 30 years since they had pressed the thing. But, by his estimations, he's like, we couldn't have done more than 2 or 3 dozen that had the white paper picture sleeve as opposed to the canary yellow. He's like, we were really close. They just ran out, for that last little push. And so we finished them off with white. And so everybody, that does new wave of British heavy metal collecting, again, it's not a rare record. It's very well known. It's not expensive to track down. You see these 2 versions on a pretty regular basis. But this third version, this is on a little different level. I've never really seen this talked about or included on discographies or anything because it just doesn't turn up. So we actually ended up with 3 versions of Bashful Alley, because sick little monkeys need 3 versions of Bashful Alley. Do I have to explain it? No, I don't. You're all here. You're watching. You know what this story is. But yeah, this was just, it just showed up on eBay one day, and I decided to buy it, and it turned out to be something that was really kind of interesting and neat. So nice. Sometimes, there's 2 variants to a sleeve. In this case, there happened to be 3. All right, Marty, I will pass it back on over to you, good sir.
I don't know why I pulled this, other than I've never seen anybody talk about it. I don't know if this is a bootleg. I've never seen it anywhere other than this used to be a place in Grand Rapids called Vinyl Solution, and they had it there for $13.99. Made in the UK, Warsaw, Joy Division's first recordings, limited edition, collector's edition, The Ideal Beginnings. So this is the Sex Pistols playing their first few shows in the UK, inspired a lot of bands, and the members of Joy Division were there. So I think their first show, and said, "Hey, we need to start a band." So their punk-ish band was called Warsaw. This is before Joy Division, and yeah, look, Barney Rubble was in the band. Didn't know that. Anyway, it's got Ian Curtis on vocals, Pete Hook on bass, Steve Dale drums, Barney Rubble. I don't know who the fuck that is. If he just had a different name, but these are the songs you've heard before on like the box sets, Joy Division box sets. There might have been other pressings of this Warsaw stuff, but limited edition release for fans and collectors. So, I mean, that tells me this may not have been a really widespread release. And again, Joy Division is a kind of a post-punk. I don't know if you call them gothic or what the hell you call them, other than great and depressing. I've always loved Joy Division. So yeah, this was something they had to come home, and their punk stuff isn't great. It's okay. It's okay. It's some cool songs. I like what they became much better afterwards, but kind of a cool record. I don't know if this has ever been pressed any other way than that. I don't know why. I don't know if it fits the motif of this show, but I had to pull it.
No, that's neat. Yeah.
All right, Duane, I'm gonna go use the little boys' room again.
All right. Let's see. I think, okay. So here's another one of the, in my opinion, anyway, greatest heavy metal records ever made. A new reissue and an original press. And the original press, and something we haven't really talked about yet, is Japanese pressing.
Oh, yeah.
And so nice. The original Crimson Glory, self-titled.
Transcendence gets all the love, but that album is just as good, if not better.
I will take this over Transcendence.
I will be in that very small boat with you.
Yeah. But so a Japanese pressing, and then this is the new Music on Vinyl Roadrunner Records pressing on I believe it's a silver colored vinyl. But so here you have Music on Vinyl, which they are pressing some incredible sounding material. And so I pulled this because everybody thinks that Japanese pressings sound, it's a Japanese pressing. It's like audiophile quality almost. And given a lot of Japanese pressings do sound really good. And what I want to say here about these two is these both sound really good. Now, I'm not an audiophile. I don't have a $20,000 stereo system and things like that. But I can tell the difference on what I do have between different pressings. I can hear a sound difference. But this one, I actually do prefer the Japanese pressing. The Music on Vinyl, the volume level is higher without being distorted, but it does sound somewhat digital to me. So this is one that I definitely go with the Japanese pressing on.
That's a great record.
I love this record.
I might like Transcendence a bit more, but they're both good. They're both good.
Yeah, we were
Marty's in the large boat over off the port bow.
Yeah. And then I just grabbed this to go right along with it. This is a bootleg, actually, from the tour of that record.
Oh.
Yeah, this is on a white vinyl. And this actually, bootlegs are something that they either sound pretty much like crap and mediocre, or some of them sound actually pretty good. And this one actually sounds really good.
Soundboard?
Let's see if it states. It sounds like it would be soundboard, but I don't know if it states that it is. No, I don't see. Yeah, unless it's in Japanese, but I don't. It doesn't say if it's soundboard or not. But 6 tracks, 6 of the best. Azrael, Dragon Lady. I mean, you got those two, you're golden already. So, but yeah. So
cool.
Crimson Glory.
All right, Alan.
All right. Well, I'll follow up on the bootleg thread for a moment. Because, that's another one of those oddball kind of things that if you collect long enough with really any style of music, you're going to end up with some boot pressings of things, either intentionally or by accident or just out of curiosity because you find a live recording by a band you like. And, okay, that's the only way you're going to find it. So you pick them up. The boot I picked to put on the stack tonight is a new wave of British heavy metal band. I'm sorry, it's just what I like. But this one overlaps a lot into doom metal territory. So I think a lot of folks know and like Pagan Altar. This is their first album, but it was never released back in the day. This is a band that recorded music in the early 80s, but never released anything. They had no singles. They had no compilation appearances. Maybe there was a demo tape that made some rounds, maybe not, but nothing ever showed up on vinyl. Later, some of the material that had been recorded did get pressed up as a bootleg album, which is what I'm holding here, except Most copies, this is kind of weird because this bootleg actually has two variants. Most copies that were pressed of this, the color scheme is exactly reversed from this. It's a black background with the white box and stuff. It's kind of the negative image color-wise. But some copies of the bootleg, much fewer copies, were printed up with the white cover and the color scheme laid out this way. The back was really simple, just track list, a little bit of information. They had the bands lined up from 78 to 1983, and then 1984 listed on the side. Yeah. Eventually, of course, the band got wind that people were enjoying the bootleg, and they ended up pressing copies themselves, selling them independently. It went really well. And we all kind of know the story from there. They got attention from labels, were able to, kind of get a lineup put back together and put out some, really great stuff with Lords of Hypocrisy and, their third album. Fourth album, they'd had a member pass away, so it was a little bit off in my estimation. Some people really still like it though, but Lords of Hypocrisy, Mythical and Magical. They did a EP in there too. The name escapes me, but it was really good. The vocalist, has a very distinct nasally sound, a little bit like a Mark Shelton. Music, kind of straddles that, just really classical sounding doom metal. Gotta love it if you're into those styles. But yeah, the Pagan Altar stuff originally was on vinyl. You could only get it as a bootleg. One reason these were always a little hard to get too is that the band, even from pretty early stage, they got very militant about having these pulled off of eBay. Whenever one of these would pop up for sale on eBay, eBay's pretty loose in general with their bootleg policy, at least back in the day. But artists could always flag an item, report it, and eBay would take it down if they got an artist complaining about it. Pagan Altar must have been checking eBay about once every 48 hours because you never saw these auctions go to completion. And this particular copy, I saw it listed. I was like, oh, that's cool. I don't have that version. I wouldn't mind picking that up. But yeah, sure enough, like within 2 days, it was taken down. However, I knew the guy who was selling it. When I looked at the listings, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I know who's got that. So when it was taken down, a few days later, he emailed me about something else, not related to this. I sent him a reply and I was like, oh, by the way, I saw your Pagan Altar auction got taken down. Sorry about that. And he just wrote back, he's like, yeah, I should have known better than to list that. That band is, they're very militant about not letting their bootlegs show up. By the way, you want to buy it? I can't sell it on eBay. So like, tell me more of this bootleg which you want to sell. And so he's like, look,
You're dealer.
He's like, I can't sell it online. There's no way I can get rid of this thing. He's just like, send me a few bucks for it and you can have it. It's like, I will send you some money. And so it's been sitting on the shelf ever since. There's lots of, now again, you don't have to get the bootleg pressing. There's lots. This has been repressed officially multiple times on multiple different formats, different covers, different colored vinyl, gatefolds. There's a lot of versions of this first album. It's sometimes called Volume 1, sometimes just Pagan Altar. Good music. It's not their best material, but if you want to be a sick little completist collector monkey and try to get all the Pagan Altar stuff, you need a white bootleg and a black bootleg to round out your vinyl. I don't have the black one. I just have the white one. I'm not that sick a little monkey. All right. So that was the bootleg I picked for the bootleg corner of the oddities. We should probably shift over to the Grail conversation here pretty soon.
Yeah.
But if folks have, I've got one more oddity I'd like to show.
I can probably do like a speed round through the next time around and finish off these oddities.
Sure.
Okay. I can do a couple now, actually. We'll do a couple now. I don't know how rare this is. My buddy Austin from Panopticon sent this to me. Came out on Van Records. This is the first Wolves in the Throne Room. This is Diadem of 12 Stars. Mm-hmm. This is a 3 LP set collection.
A 3 LP version.
It's a 3 LP version.
Oh. I have a 2 LP version.
Yeah, this is 3 records. And this has got the demo on it. And I think this is a demo. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a while since I spun this, but I've never seen this pressing. It's super thick. Van does a great job. I think someone mentioned that the dude from why I can't remember the name of the damn. I hit the point of drinking beers that I can't remember shit. Runes of Beverast owns Van. I did not know that. That was a little bit of information I did not know, nor did I confirm it.
That came up a few weeks ago on the stream. I've meant to look that up too, but that's neat.
I would imagine this has been repressed since then, but this is a cool pressing. I haven't spun it in ages, but I thought that was kind of a cool thing. I'm sure it's been reissued. This record I got from I'd say buddy. We used to be kind of friendly back in the day. We were both Metal Maniacs writers, but Stephen O'Malley from Sun, he's also a designer. We used to write together at Metal Maniacs. This is Brave New World. I got it from him, and it's the double picture disc edition.
Nice.
Which I don't know how rare it is. I have no idea. It surprisingly sounds pretty damn good. This record was obviously a big deal. Bruce came back, but kind of cool. I don't know. I should look it up and see how much it's worth, but kind of cool to have that. Let's do a couple more here. Why did I pull this record? The Cult is Alive by Dark Throne. This is starting to be the beginning of the end for this band for me. Granted, I still buy their records. I'm hoping for better. The thing that's goofy about this is the first press of this record. I think I pre-ordered this. There was a mastering problem at the plant with this first pressing. So it sounds like absolute dog shit. You play it, there's like a hum, a buzz over the whole damn thing. This is basically one of those things I bought and listened to once and ended up getting on CD. But I'm sure it's been repressed with the problem fixed. I kept the original of it just because it's the original, and I guess that's kind of cool to keep the fucked up stuff. Bootleg. We're in the black metal realm here. We got a 2LP set by Moonblood, Blut and Krieg. This is a 2LP bootleg. It's white vinyl. I'm not going to show you, but it's kind of funny. You can't see it, but it's so shittily cut. The records are so the edges are all like rough. You could like cut yourself on the edges. It's so cheaply done. Bootleg. I don't know what the rarity of this is. I think a lot of these were pressed. Overkill. Self-titled. It's on Metal Storm. It's Rotten to the Core, Fatal to Swallowed, The Answer, and Overkill. Obviously, the special thing about this is the song The Answer. It wasn't on anything else. This is my favorite era of Overkill. I love Feel the Fire, and this is pre-Feel the Fire. I also love Horoscope. I love a bunch of the other stuff too, but I got this from Aaron from Nechachwin. Thanks for grabbing this for me, brother.
Nice.
This is the only thing I've ever bought musically from Goodwill. The people that find all the rare shit, I envy you. I walked in one day and this was sitting in the rack. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I mean, I know, Voivod and Violence and yep, sure enough, it's the Violence, Phonophobia, and Eternal Nightmare 2-song radio promo from the local college station here in town, WNMC. So I got this for 50 cents.
Neat.
The only thing I've ever bought from, and my last of the odd pressings, another fuck up pressing. This is Weapon's third and final record, Embers and Revelations. This is a great record. It's the red vinyl press. This record's mastering is also fucked up. And you play this and it sounds like the music is it sounds so bad. It sounds like the grooves of the record are trying to throw the needle off. I tried to listen to it once. It's pressed so poorly. And again, I didn't return it because they came out and said this is a mistake. It's a fuck up. I kept it because, Rarities, whatever. I have the CD of it as well. So this is a great war metal record. That's it for my out of pressings thing. We'll go to Duane. Do you have more you want to ramble through before we get into to Grails?
Well, let's see here. Maybe just point out a couple things real quick. Let me show this. This is my let's see if I can stand up and show this. This is my Warlord box.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
You made that, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that would be, if that was available, pretty cool.
So yeah, this is my Warlord box. And in here,
Holy shit, that's impressive.
There we go. Okay. This is all my original Warlord stuff. All of their stuff has been reissued, okay? Except for one, which is this one, Thy Kingdom Come.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody out there, if you want to get into Warlord, this is going to be, and you want the original stuff, this is going to be your hard guide to find. But in here are, here we go. This is the reissue. This is the test pressing.
Nice.
Of the Lost and Lonely Days and Aliens 12-inch. And the Cannons of Destruction have begun. This is the test pressing of that. This is the.
Speaking of dealers, I think Duane's got a few dealers out there in the world as well that he goes to for his fix.
This is when the band reformed and had Joachim Cans from Hammerfall on lead vocals.
That's a good record.
Yeah, and this is the test pressing for that one as well. This is the Holy Empire.
That's a great record too. They were a great band, man.
And this is a test pressing of that one.
Wow.
And then this is the Live in Athens 2013.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know that was even a release. Cool.
And that's the test pressing of that one. And then I even have, this is Lordian Winds.
Yeah.
And this is the test pressing for that. And then I have various colored variants of all of those. And then this is just a Hunt for Damien. That's not a test pressing or anything. But here, I want to show this. This is the Cannons of Destruction. Okay, same thing, except different cover. This is on Alone Records. And this is limited to 100 copies. And this is number 30. And this one is on a beautiful splatter vinyl. Okay, 2 LPs. And Alone Records also printed Holy Empire. And they limited it to 1,500 copies. So there's different versions of this. High Rollers version and then the Alone Records version. And then the original Deliver Us, which is, to me, this used to be my holiest of holy grail.
It's in my holy grail stack to show later.
Yeah, it was not like Iron Maiden or, this was used to be, but now I have so many versions of that record. And then I'll show this real quick because I told Alan about it in the chat last time. This is the reissue of Alcana.
Nice.
So for collectors out there, this used to be, or probably still is, but this was a highly, highly sought after record.
Yeah.
And I keep this in my Warlord box because, this is Damien 1 basically here.
Yep.
So
that's a great album too. A lot of good songs on it.
Yeah, it is. And I do keep this in there too. Metal Massacre 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's got Warlord on it with Mrs. Victoria.
Yep. Great fucking
Which
song.
later showed up on Thy Kingdom Come.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's all different color variant pressing.
The king of the sick monkeys. I love it. He's like,
so yeah. Speaking of Sick Monkey and various copies, blah blah blah. Yeah, I've got it bad too. So I thought I would just end that real quick on my Warlord box.
Right on. That was awesome. Killer. Deserving of a homemade box too, by the way. And don't you love it, folks, that metalheads are all artsy craftsy types?
Oh, I love it.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. All right, Alan.
Yeah, remember, kids, heavy metal doesn't lead to Satan. It leads to carpentry.
It leads to Joanne Fabrics and Hobby Lobby and all the places that you go to buy crafts. Yep.
Indeed.
Hi, do you have a glue gun? What?
Let's see. I just got two. I'm going to wrap up with on the oddities.
Actually, I got two I need to show that I forgot. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's cool. Absolutely. The first one is odd because of where the band was from. I've talked about this album a little bit from time to time. It's a band called Odyssey. Really cool album cover. Really like the solar system-y looking thing there. The thing that's goofy about where this band is from, they're from South Africa, which is not one of the places you really think of being on the heavy metal map. You know, let's face it, metal fans love digging into scenes from around the world. You can, listen, to, raw black metal from Belarus. There's, Malaysian heavy metal. There's, stuff in all these places. You kind of work around the entire continent of Africa, though, when you're doing this. You just don't think of there being much of anything from there. And I've only ever heard of 2 or 3 bands from Africa that put out anything reasonably heavy. And this is fucking fantastic. It's from about 1990. And it's essentially a group of guys. I guess their families were from Canada. They relocated back to Canada soon after recording this. And I know all of this because I inadvertently ended up buying this from one of the band members' sister. This was her personal copy of her brother's band from when he was in this band in Africa when the family lived over there. And several years ago, she had listed it for sale because she didn't have a record player anymore. She, has the album, she can play the music digitally and all that, but she just felt like, I don't really need the album anymore. And maybe it's a little bit collectible, which it is because it's really good. It's the best thing I can compare it to is late 80s, early 90s Riot. So in particular, drawing a blank, Privilege of Power, the album that came after Thundersteel, it's got some of that same quirkiness to it where it's got some really, faster, anthem songs. It's got a few songs that, lean into the pop hooks a little bit more, but still, in a, fairly heavy metal kind of way. But yeah, fantastic album. And because of where it's from, you never see the thing anywhere. I had heard it years before that, loved it, and had looked for a copy for a long time. And it just never turned up. And yeah, when this one did, it turned out to be from a family member. So we talked about it. She sent some pictures of like posters that the band had made when they were making the album and sold it. But yeah, the bottom line was that they really didn't stay, in South Africa for very long after the album was wrapped up. Everyone packed back up and moved to Canada, and that was the end of the band. So there never was any follow-up material to it, which was a shame because they really were pretty talented and put out a very solid album. So yeah, sometimes heavy metal can come from the damnedest places that you just would not ever expect, to have, a few metal albums. And for that reason alone, the Odyssey is, very odd. You knew I was going to do that.
Oh, of course.
All right, one last one then to wrap up the odd section. So, and I have shown this before. It's been a long time, but some of you will have seen this. Apologies, but it fits the category of odd perfectly. We've got another new wave of British heavy metal single on Neat here.
Fucking classic. Love that song.
Nightmare with Satanist by Venom.
I've always loved that image on the back cover, the two.
Yeah, the creepy, little devil kind of theater mask looking thing. Yep. Nice, simple, but effective graphic for sure.
Yep. Once you see it, you never forget it.
Yep. This is not one of the rarest Venom items whatsoever. It's not like the first couple of singles that are pretty highly sought after now. It's it's an early-ish one, but not the earliest one. The deal with this copy, the picture sleeve is very normal. The vinyl, though, let me get this turned around the right way. The labels on the vinyl are obviously not a typical Neat label. And when you look very closely, there's a cut and paste aspect. The little Venom logo.
It's over a label. You can tell it's over the Neat label.
Yeah, it's just over a plain white label, I think. And yeah, these sections are literally just kind of glued and pasted on here.
Huh.
This is a mock-up that was done in-house by Neat Records as a potential design for the labels.
No.
But they didn't actually go with it. And the reason I know this...
How the fuck did you get that?
That's awesome.
Thereby hangs a tale. The deal with this was a guy I know who's over in the UK
Dealer
went to, they don't call them record shows or flea markets. They have their own, much nicer sounding British, terms for those. But, he went to, the record fair one day and started going through, this guy had some records. He was flipping through them and it had all this kind of crazy stuff, neat test pressings and lots of old singles from Neat and promo copies of Neat stuff. And he's just like, he finally just asked, he's like, who are you and how do you have all this weird stuff?
That's not even a test pressing. That's a prototype.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to describe it. It's a prototype.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turns out the guy who was talking to had worked for Neat back in the day. He was an employee of Neat Records. And, when, they all kind of, with this kind of thing, he's like, nobody kept track of these kind of things. We slapped it together to see how it looked, decided, nah, we'll do something different. But nobody cared. We just like toss it aside in the corner. Somebody wants to take it home. Nobody cared. And, he just thought a lot of the stuff was kind of cool. And so he, had amassed a few boxes of it over time while he worked there. And here he was at this record fair selling a bunch of it. And so this guy bought a bunch of the stuff. This one in particular, he was really, bowled over by. And there's a little bit of a slightly downer vibe to this. He was trying to raise money to do an independent film. He was, he was like not amateur filmmaker, but not, fully professional, kind of in between level. And so, he bought a lot of these kind of, oddball Neat records with the full intention of just selling them, thinking that, they could generate a good amount of cash to help get him some equipment, work on a film project. And, this one in particular, he knew Venom was highly collectible, and this is a very oddball Venom item. So, he advertised them on some different sites before trying to sell them. And I saw him advertise it. This was put on, I'm pretty sure it was the Coruscant website I mentioned earlier. And folks, we're gaga over it. It's just like, that's the coolest damn thing I've ever seen, myself included. It's just like, that is awesome. When he listed them on eBay, he put a pretty high starting price on it to, expecting it, to get a lot of attention, and it didn't. It just didn't get any attention. So he ended up relisting it with just, a flat opening bid, no reserve. He's just like, okay, I don't know why it misfired the first time, but, just relisted. Okay, this time, no reserve, low starting bid. Let's get this going a little bit. And, I kept an eye on it. I'm just like, that is so cool. It's not in my price range, but I want to see where it ends up. So I had it bookmarked, would check it every day. And 5 or 6 days into the auction, it had gone up a little bit, but it hadn't really gone up that much. And, so that 5 or 6th day, I'm just like, why is nobody bidding on this? That's a very cool item. Granted, it is not one of the first 1 or 2 singles. It's not a copy of Black Metal. It is a slightly later Venom release, but, still from the Neat era. I don't get why nobody's bidding on this thing. Maybe I need to pay a little more attention to it. So the day it wound down, I decided I'm going to just sit here. It ended at a time of day where I could sit and watch the clock tick down. And I just thought, well, fuck it. I'm going to throw in a bid at least. If nothing else, I'll push it up a little bit for the guy, because I know he was really hoping this would sell for a lot. And I'm fully expecting, all the snipers to come in over the last 3 seconds and, just go nuts on it. So I put in a bid. I get the high bid, it pushes the price up a bit. It's like, okay, there we go. Now let's watch what happens. And the clock runs down and nobody else bids on the damn thing.
You know what, Alan?
Well,
you know what? That is actually Venom on that record.
It is Venom on the record.
That's a test pressing. That is one of their test pressings that they put a sticker label over the top.
It makes sense. Yep.
It's 100%. 100% is what that is. You have another neat test pressing right there. That's what
I was mentioning to Aaron earlier, that this is sort of a test pressing thing. I was floored that I bought it. And the guy, to his credit, he didn't, I know he was heartbroken. he was really looking to buy, that this would generate, hundreds and hundreds of pounds for
And
him
it should have
to invest.
It should have.
Yeah, and it absolutely should have. And he had done all the right things. He had advertised it on Venom collector forums and other metal collector websites. Word had gotten out. Everybody knew this was coming up for sale. And to his credit, he didn't complain about it a bit. He didn't bitch in the emails or anything. He sent the invoice. He's like, hey, Alan, you're one of the Colosseum guys. Congratulations. Here's the info. I'll ship it out.
I can tell you what happened there. You had 300 Venom collectors that were watching that auction going, I'm never going to be able to afford this. I'm never going to be able to afford this. But I got to watch and see how it ends up. And then no one bids on it. All their jaws hit the floor.
I should have bid on that. Yeah.
Either that or all 300 of them put their bid in at the exact same nanosecond and they just canceled each other out. I don't know what happened, but I always felt bad that it didn't perform better for him and in terms of helping bankroll his other endeavors. But it came home to roost, and roost it shall. So there you go. Definitely one of the odd, one of a kind type items that came across over the years. So that is the last oddity that I was going to show. Marty, you said you had a couple more though.
I do. 2 quick ones.
Absolutely, please do.
We've already talked about this album a bit. This is a CD bootleg, and this is a weird fucking thing because not only is it Nuns Have No Fun on CD, it is a gatefold, and it also has on the same CD Evil.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that thing around.
Evil's Message.
Oh yeah, yep.
There was, during the time I bought this, there was rumors online King Diamond was in the band Evil. He was in the band Evil. I don't think that's the case. But this is obviously a bootleg. It's got the Evil demo. The only thing that goes, I think the only connection between these two bands is that they're both from Denmark.
But they were both on Ravon Records.
They're both on Ravon Records.
Evil definitely is trying to sound like Merciful Fate.
They were trying.
Okay at it.
They're doing okay at it. But this is kind of a cool little weird bootleg deal. It's on a silver CD, so it's a retail CD. Kind of an interesting little oddity I had to have back in the day. And this is the last thing. You talk about different pressings. I've never seen anybody on the VC show this. I don't know why. I don't think it was super limited, but this is the Imperial, what the fuck is it called? Imperial vinyl presentation, Candlelight Records. This is basically all their albums except for Prometheus on picture disc. It comes with a booklet. My buddy Stephen O'Malley designed all this shit. It's got picture discs of all of the releases.
Killer art.
9 Equilibrium up through Imperial Live Ceremony. It does not have Prometheus.
Okay.
My copy was damaged in the mail, of course. Yep. Where is it? I don't know. It's in the bottom part, but the record's ripped through the box. It's annoying as fuck. But what are you going to do?
Yeah. Now, Marty, you have left off one very important piece of information about that Evil EP.
What is that? Because I probably didn't know the information.
The song, the last track, has one of the best song titles in all of heavy metal history.
You want me to read it, or you want to reveal?
No, it's yours. You read it.
Take good care of your balls.
That's good advice.
It is good advice. It's very good advice. And with that,
it's actually not a bad song. I mean, it sounds like a 30-second joke outro of a title, but it's actually a full-blown heavy metal song. It's a pretty good tune. But yeah, you can't show the Evil and not read that song title. It's not allowed.
Well, before we get into this next section of this show, you see a lot of people talk about Holy Grails on the VC. And for people that may not be familiar, I thought it'd be interesting to throw out there before we started showing shit. What does Holy Grail mean to you as far as when it comes to record collecting? Obviously, this is probably a pretty obvious answer, but it might mean something different to different people. I'm just curious. So we'll start with you, Duane. What do you think? Holy Grail, what does that mean to you?
So to me, because I think it is something that has been adopted in the VC and years ago. And I think it has grown into, with some people that I've watched over the years, I think it's grown into a Grail being the next record they were just looking for.
Yep.
And the term has become kind of loosely tossed. But I think it's something that can really vary. It's going to vary from person to person. You automatically want to think of as it's this long lost record you've been looking for years and years and years. And it's going to be very expensive and it's going to be very rare. And that very well can be the case, but I don't think that is the sole case that constitutes a Grail. For example, a Grail that I have is my mother's copy of America, A Horse with No Name, because I grew up with that record.
Nostalgia is a big Grail inspiration.
That record was in my house since I was like 5 years old, and I moved that record every time we moved, and I just remember that record. And then she passed away, and now I have it. To me, that is a Grail.
Absolutely.
It's a dollar bin record. But that particular copy
means the world. It's worth millions of dollars to you. Yep.
Yeah. But so it can, to me, since you're asking me, a Grail to me can be many different categories. There isn't just one for me.
Yep.
It makes sense. You know what
I would agree with that 100%. So why don't you start off? We'll each kind of address what a Grail is to us. Why don't you start off showing some, show one Grail for us. We'll keep going in circle until towards the end, then we'll like gang rush whatever's left.
Okay. This is one that actually I showed not too long ago, but I love this record so much. I'm so glad to finally have it on vinyl. Now this one is one where it's just rare, and but it is such a damn good album. And this is Bill Ward's Ward 1, Along the Way, his solo album.
Wonder if he remembers recording that one. He doesn't remember recording a single beat on Heaven and Hell.
Ozzy's on here for a couple tracks.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, it is just such an incredible album. It's its own thing. Like, I can't even really explain it. It's not Sabbath. But it is, you need to listen to it. It's one of those albums where it's just in a category all into itself. And it is just an incredible, incredible record from start to finish. Don't let the cover fool you.
They love the Beatles, man. They're all children of the Beatles.
Yeah, that is a very Beatles cover, without a doubt.
Very British.
That is not what the record sounds like. I'll tell you that. At all.
Somebody should have torpedoed that yellow submarine.
So, probably my favorite track on here is Bombers Open Bombays. And that's an Ozzy lyric track. But just killer record. I have it on CD as well. There's a lot of bootleg versions of the CD floating around. But the album, there's also another version of it on vinyl with a different cover. It's an all black cover, I believe, which actually fits the record better, but this is the one everybody kind of really knows. Yeah, love the Ward 1 album, headphones required. Frank understands. He knows what I'm talking about. You just got to experience the record. So if you're
got to get Frank on here one of these nights, Alan. Frank,
I've talked to Frank about maybe doing video stuff. So it's a possibility. He's a bit skeptical of the prospect, but it has been discussed.
Do not deny us your sex, Frank.
And that is, this is one too that speaking of, so this wasn't like me searching for years and years to finally get a copy of this on vinyl. No, this was an album that I love. I have it on CD. I love it. It's rare. I never expected to find a copy of this. I went into my record store and it was on the wall, and it was like, bam. There was no question. Like, I don't care. Just, I'm buying it right now. So that was a Grail found in the wild that I was not hunted for. I didn't look for this. I haven't hunted this down for years. It was just there. And I knew it when I saw it. I know the album. I had to have it.
Right on. Good one. I've never seen that or even heard of that record before. Very cool pull.
Oh, check it out. Check it out. It's good
I've
stuff.
heard of it, but I've never heard it. So yeah, don't know what it sounds like.
So Alan, what does the term Holy Grail mean to you before you start showing some stuff?
Yeah, sure. Like, Duane said, some people just use it as, that one, whatever the magical unicorn is they're trying to track down for their collection at that time. And then they get it. And then the next something, whatever's next on the want list, that becomes their grail. You can also think of it in terms of like musically, what, like some of the best albums that have ever been made. Master of Puppets, could be considered, a heavy metal grail. I think of using the term more though from the collector standpoint. And in that usage, Holy Grail, there's a few basic factors that an album's going to have to get that term applied. The first one's definitely rarity. Somebody mentioned in the chat just a minute ago that, grails are things that are supposed to be kind of, hard to get, hard to find. That's the whole point is you have to go on a quest to obtain it. You can't just run out and get it. Master of Puppets, killer album. Most people would rank it as, one of the all-time classic metal albums. You can get it anywhere.
10 seconds on Discogs, done.
Yeah. Or 10 minutes in Walmart probably is, done. It's not. There's no challenge.
Depending on if you go during take your meth head shopping day. That's a little tougher to get back to the audio video section than that day.
I didn't say you weren't going to have to swing, through the pharmacy to get, a couple of shots on your way out the door. And, but there's no challenge to obtaining it. If you want it, it's very easy to get. The Grail items are the ones that are hard to just find in the first place, that you're talking about maybe keeping a close eye on things for years before you even see a copy that maybe you can obtain. So rarity is the first part of it. But there's a second component too. And I refer to this as notoriety. There's different ways to explain it, but to be a real grail, the album has to be desirable by a fair number of people. It can't be something that nobody's ever heard of before, because then nobody really wants it and there's not much demand for it. So that, this is where, again, the definition is a little different. It might be a holy grail for you personally, but the rest of the world couldn't care about it really. And this is just as an example of what I'm talking about here. This is an album from 1985 by a heavy metal band called Critical Mass. It is extremely hard to find, but I wouldn't consider it a Grail album because I'm not sure there's even 5 people on the North American continent who have ever heard of this album.
I was going to say, is it a Grail if the main thing is who cares after you say
and that's kind of it. It's hard to describe. It's not a bad album. It's an extremely rare album, but nobody knows about it. Yeah. It's not a band that has ever made many waves, even in the deeper levels of the collecting scum circles where we tend to live. So it doesn't have any notoriety to it. It's rare, but it's too obscure for its own good. In terms of being a Grail, it's kind of disqualified because it doesn't have any name recognition. It's not famous in those collecting circles. Compare that to something, more like, again, just as an example, the first Blitzkrieg single. Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows that fucking record. This record is notorious for multiple reasons. Metallica, of course, being a big part of that. Everybody knows this fucking record. You don't have to listen to heavy metal for more than a few months and you probably know about this record. The Critical Mass record, just nobody knows it exists.
I need that, by the way, Alan, if you ever want to just, toss it.
Yeah. When I find my way to Jesus, I'll be in touch, Duane.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's kind of the second thing for me is the record's got to have some notoriety to it to be one of the real Grails. A third thing I think that's important to point out is age. It does need to be something that's been around for a while, because lots of stuff is manufactured these days where people are almost trying to make a Grail item just hot off the presses. Here's this cassette. We're only making 35 copies of it. You better be on Bandcamp during the first 5 minutes or they're all gone. And then you start seeing them on Discogs. Somebody bought 5 of them using a bot, and now they're $200 a piece all of a sudden. So they have the rarity and they have the notoriety. But come on, you made it 6 fucking months ago. It's a new band that's still trying to establish themselves and getting some hype by artificially making something rare. That's not a Grail to me. That's you just intentionally trying to hype, and that's okay. I'm not saying that's a terrible thing to do. You do what you have to sometimes.
Yeah, the laws of supply and demand do not make it a Grail.
But I'm not going to call your freshly minted cassette tape that you intentionally put out 19 copies of to try to whip people into a frenzy. I'm not going to call that a Grail item. I'm just not. It's got to be something that's been around for a while. It doesn't have to be 1983. I'm not putting a hard date on it, but it can't be some of this newly manufactured stuff. And I guess one of the last factors here is going to be, like you said, Duane, it's going to cost you some money. And that's one of the other obstacles to obtaining this, is that even if you can find it, and even if you can fight your way to the front of the line through all the other people who want it because everyone knows about it, can you afford it? Have you saved up enough lunch money to pay the asking price? They're going to be hard to get often just because of the price tag. So those are the key factors that come to my mind when we think about something being one of those holy grails. You've got a lot of collectors trying to get it. It's on a lot of want lists. And it's on a lot of those want lists because it's extremely rare. And even though it's on those want lists, a lot of those folks, even if they find it, they may just not be able to ever afford it. It's going to be out of the price range for a lot of folks. Something to point out that is not a qualification: the music does not have to be good. And that's an important thing a lot of folks miss. Some people see these records, these $1,000 records on Discogs and stuff and think, oh my God, that must be like the best heavy metal album ever recorded. Some of those Grails, yeah, like the Blitzkrieg single, it's fantastic. Love it to death. Duane, you should get a copy. Some of these other Grail items, though, are pretty mediocre. And not just in my opinion, and lots of people's opinion, like, yeah, that one's kind of so-so musically. It's rare, people want it, but it's often other things that are helping hype it up. There's no guarantee that the record's going to be good. Most of the best sounding records musically are ones that are easy to get. Master of Puppets, pick an early Iron Maiden album, pick an early Sabotage album. Those are not Grails. They're not that hard to find. Those are the good albums if you want the best music that's made. Often it's not in those Grails. So that is how I would go about approaching defining a holy Grail from the collector standpoint.
Okay. All right.
Do you want me to show one? Or
yeah, sure. You showed a couple, but you can go ahead and show one more if you want.
Sure. Yeah. And again, the let's pick, I don't know. Oh yeah, sure. Let's do this one. We haven't done any Swedish metal. The first Gotham City single. This is first wave of Swedish heavy metal, early 1980s. It's a scene that never gets as much attention as the new wave of British heavy metal. It just never had the press hype that the British scene did, but there were a lot of good bands that did a lot of good music in the early days. It was a scene that kind of followed a similar trajectory to new wave of British heavy metal. Did well for a while, then one or two bands started getting big, and a lot of bands kind of lost the plot. In Sweden's case, it was Europe. The band Europe started to take off, and all of a sudden the bands that were doing the denim and leather stuff were trying to record their own version of the Final Countdown, and you just don't need but so many versions of that. So anyway, Gotham City is one of the legendary bands from that early scene. This is their first 7-inch. It's always been a bitch to find, and it checks all the boxes. Rarity, yeah, you don't find it very often. Notoriety, yes. People know Gotham City. They're one of those kind of underground favorite bands. A lot of people really dig them. They had a couple of other releases. They did a 12-inch EP. They did a full album, and people really dig those. But yeah, this came before those, and this is the hard one to get to complete your Gotham City collection. It's expensive. Copies of this run a lot of money these days. It even checks a lot of the more intangible boxes that help drive up hype around a Grail. It's a good name for a band. It's got, a cool cover image. It's simple, but, bats are very heavy metal. It's black and white. It sounds pretty cool looking. It looks cool. It sounds cool. The music on here is extremely good, especially the self-titled track. Fantastic. So it's got all these other things going for it too. It even has a connection to a much later band. The band's now he doesn't sing on this single, but Anders Zachrisson sung for the band for a while, and he later resurfaced in Nocturnal Rites, who became a very popular European power metal band in the late 90s and into the 2000s. So there's even that kind of connection where, you're a huge Nocturnal Rites fan. If you want to track down, stuff the guys did beforehand, you need this too. So yeah, this one kind of checks all the boxes to be considered one of those, holy grails for a lot of folks. Among the Swedish singles, there's one or two others that might command a higher price and be considered a little more rare, but this one's in the top handful of Swedish rarities from the early 80s. So that'll be my first entry for our Grail segment.
All right. Well, for me, I can't disagree with anything either of you have said about the Grail thing. For me, I don't, as a collector to this day and age, I do not have a list. I don't have a list that I curate. I know Alan is big. He has a notebook and he writes down stuff. I'm sure, Duane, you probably do as well. I think my Grail acquisitions happened a lot when the eBay first turned on back in the 90s, when the internet started. And for me, there was a big personal connection with them. And this first one I'm going to show is probably the biggest Grail I have in my entire collection. And it was a 13-year hunt. It was 13 years after this record was released, I finally tracked down a copy. And I grew up a huge Merciful Fate and King Diamond fan. And one night in my parents' house, I was a teenager. I was flipping through my radio stations. The atmosphere was just right. I live in Traverse City, Michigan, which is about 6.5, 7 hours north of Chicago. I picked up a fuzzy feed from WLS. I think it was WLS out of Chicago. And they would have a Z-Rock show. It was like a metal show, Z-Rock. Maybe it was its own station. I don't know. I thought it was WLS. But I heard this King Diamond song playing that I had never fucking heard before. And I'm like, what the fuck? Coming through in and out through the radio. I'm like, what is it? This is King Diamond. It's obviously King Diamond. Well, it turns out it was The Lake, which if you bought Fatal Portrait on tape or LP back in the day, doesn't have that on it. It's not on it. It ended up coming out on the CD when CDs became a thing. Fatal Portrait was released with The Lake as a bonus track. I did not have that at the time. I always wondered, what the fuck is this song I've never heard? There's no internet at the time. I can't research it. What is this song? Well, come to find out that it was its own single. It came out on a picture disc. This picture disc right here. It's the Halloween single. It's a picture. Awesome cover. I mean, that picture is absolutely gorgeous. Killer. The back, I should probably take it out, but I'm not gonna. I hunt when eBay was a thing. I looked it up and there it was, $50. This is probably one of the records I've paid the most money for ever. I know I'm kind of frugal when it comes to buying rarities. There's a price I don't want to cross, and this is one of them. $50 is probably my cutoff point. But this record ended a 13-year search, and obviously, I bought it, and then I ended up getting Fatal Portrait with the CD and heard the song, but still, I had to have the physical product. And that picture is so fucking cool. I mean, I had to have this. And this for me was a Grail. One of the true Grails that I hunted for. And I'm going to show a couple more while we're here on the same topic. Sure. This is another thing. I paid way too much for these. You got the European pressing and the U.S. pressing of No Presents for Christmas by King Diamond. The European pressing is way cooler.
come on, Marty, do you really need 2 different pressing?
No, and I wondered why I bought the US pressing, because it's the same fucking picture on both sides. But
if you got the one with the reindeer, you've got what you need.
I know, but the sick little monkey reared its ugly fucking head. It's like a strain of herpes. It keeps coming back. When you think you got it all taken care of, you put the right amount of cream on it. There's that one flare up. Well, eBay back in the day, I was divorced at the time. I was living on my own. I had some expendable cash. eBay started. I was on there going, holy shit. Well, I paid way too much for both of these fucking records, but what are you going to do? It's King Diamond. I'm sick collector scum, and it made me happy to acquire them. But yeah, Duane, it's back to you. Let's see your next round of Grails. Let's see what you got.
You know, it's interesting. I remember back in the day, in my early VC videos, and I would show like my collection spotlights. I would do like, you know, Styx or Blue Oyster Cult or Genesis and Rush and Yes, and you know, a lot of the prog stuff. And I had multiple copies of some of these albums. Yep. And I used to get comments all the time. Now this is back in the day, like, you know, 2009, 10, whatever it was. And people would leave comments like, Jesus Christ, man, do you really need 6 copies of that one record? Blah, 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 blah,
do I need it to survive? No.
It was always, no, it ain't a matter of need, dude, but I got them.
What I need is water and shelter and food.
Yeah. You know, and it's just interesting how over time, you know, like when I posted my, the Merciful Fate Don't Break the Oath collection video.
Yep. Yeah, I loved it.
I expected to just get hammered, you know, because
I get it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
one of the best records ever made.
Yeah, and I was surprised. I didn't get hammered, and I was like, wow, okay, maybe collectors are kind of starting to get where I'm coming from with that. But anyway, okay, so a Grail. So this is a Grail that, now here's one kind of like Alan was talking about, where for me, this is rare to find. You can find it. It's going to cost you. It is expensive. The nicer condition it is, obviously, the more it's going to cost. It is an original Japanese pressing. But when I discovered this band, I became obsessed with this band. And it may seem funny to some people, but we've all been there where you'll get hooked on a band that's not necessarily be your normal thing, but the guitar player especially, I got so enamored with this band that I built a replica guitar just like the guitar player's guitar. Anyway, nice. So the band and the album I'm talking about, this is Vanishing Vision by X Japan.
Oh, I heard someone talking about them earlier today, actually.
And I love this band so much. And this is their first album. And if you don't know, this is them on the back, and this is what they look like.
I love the hair. I have a little hair envy going on there.
Right, that is actually their claim. This was kind of like the first band to do this. You know, and when it comes to Japanese metal, everybody automatically thinks of, you know, loudness or anthem. Yeah. And these guys were more kind of like, they started off kind of more like shock metal. And then they were followed by bands like what's that? EZO, I think was one.
Oh yeah, EZO. Yep.
Yeah. Kind of took that look and whatnot that X Japan did, and then they actually gave up this appearance after I think the first couple albums and kind of went more mainstream in appearance. But Hide, the guitar player here, he ended up passing away right at their height. And I just became so obsessed with this, and I had to have an original copy of the first album. I had to have it, and it was on my list. And even back then, when I became obsessed with it, it was already rare and hard to find and expensive and everything else. And then I finally was talking about it, I think, in one of my videos, and an individual contacted me, a viewer. I don't think he was even a subscriber. He just got in touch with me, happened to stumble across my video. Like I said, back in the day, you could just send a message through YouTube. And I got the email notification that he sent me the message and said, I have a copy of that record. Would you be interested in purchasing it? And I was like, well, of course, but, and he made me a really good deal on it. And I got it, and I've had it ever since. And this is one of my holy grails. I absolutely love this thing.
Nice. Never even heard of that.
You've never heard this? There's a track on here. In fact, if you look at the Obi strip, let's see if I can get it in the camera. Okay, you see how all of the titles of the tracks are in English except for number 4 on side B.
Yep.
It's a Japanese symbol. But if you look on the back, it lists them all there, and that track is called Kuranai. That's the track you want to listen to and look up, Marty. So just Google or just YouTube X Japan Kuranai. Japanese, I mean, this is, God, when was this? 90. I don't remember what year this is, but that is basically Japanese power metal. I mean, it's amazing. Amazing. That's the song that hooked me to the band. Love this album. I love it so much that it's double sleeved or double bagged.
Right.
Or whatever.
For her protection.
Yeah. And speaking of her protection, I mean, what a cool cover.
Yeah.
X right across the chest, I guess. So
Awesome. All right, Alan.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we do have a little bit of an echo right now, don't we? See if I can. No, don't think there's anything on my end doing it. There we go. All right. Well, got to show at least one or two new wave of British heavy metal grails. This one's interesting because back in the early and mid 90s, this was not considered a big grail. Some of those new wave of British heavy metal singles, like the Blitzkrieg, they became notorious very early on. This one was kind of a very slow rise over time. And I didn't really realize how, manic people had gotten for this record, because it's a great record and I'd had it forever. And to me, though, it was, one of those kind of, semi-obscure, kind of rare ones. But these days it's considered, a big deal. And I'm talking about the Virtue We Stand to Fight 7-inch. This is a little later. This one came out around 85, I believe. Great picture sleeve, nice logo, cool image. You got the horse rider in the back. I always kind of like the fact that, the druidish looking cloaked guy up here, he wasn't wielding like an axe or a sword, but actually a whip. So a little different, kind of, gives a little more energy to the image, not quite so stereotypical. And this is one I just happened to trade for back in the day. I had a copy of the Witchfinder General Soviet Invasion 12-inch. And it's okay, but it's probably my least favorite of the Witchfinder General releases. And I was talking to a dealer at one point. He's like, I'd be glad to, I'll trade you something for that, because, they've always been popular in terms of collectability. He knew he could sell it. It's just like, well, let me see what you've got. And he had 2 copies of this Virtue single. And I had seen it before. I had never heard it. I had seen it because it's one of them featured on the cover of that book I showed earlier from John Allenson. It's right there in the background of the cover. So I had seen it. It's like, oh, that looks cool. What do heavy metal fans do when we see a cover or a picture sleeve that's cool? We must own the album. It doesn't matter that we don't know what it sounds like. So I had it in the back of my mind. It's like, oh, you've got 2 copies of that. Well, I would trade for one of those, because I think he wanted, about 65 or 75 for this. I had paid maybe $40 or something for the Soviet Invasion. It was, it's always been like a $50, maybe $75 record. So it was a pretty fair trade. And, I did ask him before. I was like, before, we trade, do you mind if I hear that? Because I've never actually heard it. I just would like to make sure it doesn't stink. If so, maybe I'll pick something else. He's like, yeah, actually, that's no problem. He had a little turntable there. And he took the first copy out that we'd been looking at and put it on to play it, and it skipped really bad. It sounded, music was just like, that sounds good, but then it started skipping. It was just like, oh, he's like, well, you probably don't want that copy. So he took it off. He took out the other copy and put it on, and it played absolutely fine all the way through both sides. I'm just like, I'll trade for that copy, please. He's like, yeah, sure. Here you go. And so I ended up with the Virtue single. Had to give up the Soviet Invasion 12-inch, but I was okay with that. Over time, this has become one of those real top-notch collectibles for a lot of new wave of British heavy metal fans. And it's interesting because it does have that very late date, and a lot of people really zero in on the stuff from 1980, 81, and 82. So 85 is very late, but this single, I'm just always amazed, how many people are just, foaming at the mouth, gaga, desperate to get this. It had a nice reissue with some demo tracks included several years ago. It's one of those labels like No Remorse that put it out. So it got some extra hype there. But again, it clicks all the boxes. It's rare, hard to find. It's got the notoriety in large part due to the reissue. It looks very metal. It's, striking cover, good song titles, high energy stuff. It's just, it checks all those boxes that drives new wave of British heavy metal collectors nuts. And so it's become one of those things that, even when you can find it now, it ends up running hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I could not afford it. I wouldn't try to buy a copy these days. So very lucky that I picked that one up long ago when it wasn't really on a lot of people's radar back then. But nowadays, I think a lot of people would list that as one of the grails from that scene. All right, Marty, let me shut up for a while and pass it over to you.
I'm going to continue on the King Diamond tip here for a minute. As a teenager, Camelot music. I've sung the praises of that chain a million times on this channel. And I walked into Camelot one day and found both of these in the cassette section. Merciful Fate, Curse of the Pharaohs, and Merciful Fate, Live from the Depths of Hell. Both of these are
bootlegs, aren't they?
They're actually they're bootlegs put out by the fan club. And why the fan club? Why the fuck these were in Camelot music? I have no idea. A chain. It's a chain store.
I've never seen them on cassette though.
Yep, and these I bought them from Camelot. They're true blue. They're actual.
Yeah, I've got them on vinyl, but I've never seen them on cassette except for your copies.
Well, when eBay happened, I had to have those on vinyl, and I found them, and I paid $50 a piece for these. And I tell you, when eBay first started in the 90s, $50 for a record was a lot of fucking money. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's still a lot of money for a record, let's be honest. But these prices, I'm sure, have gone up. But Merciful Fate were one of those bands that, and there's also a picture disc version of both of these, I believe. Alan, you came at me with one that was like a weird pressing recorded goofy, I don't know, of this.
Yeah, it's a topic for another night, but there's a picture disc that includes half of one of those and half of the other. So it's another one where it's kind of split one side and the other side is from the other album.
Had to have these just to say that I had them on tape and vinyl. And also
having the picture of King without the makeup on was a big deal.
Cool. I mean, that's a cool photo.
Yeah, it is.
It's cool. And it's got their demos and it's got some Bratz stuff on here, I think. But it's got Return of the Vampire, Corpse Without Soul, Curse of the Pharaohs, Burning the Cross, Walking Back to Hell, Running Free, Black Masses, Hard Rocker, Combat Zone, Love Criminals, Mission, Destroy Aliens. That song is on here. Killer. And another thing I needed to have from the eBay days back then was the first 12-inch single, Black Masses. This is 2 songs, Black Funeral, Black Masses. This is in really good shape. I did not pay $50 for this, but I paid a lot more than I probably should have. There is another little item from that time that I tried to hunt down, but I never wanted to pay that much money. It's a 7-inch. It's got King's Face on it. I think it's got Witch's Sabbath on it. I don't know what the other song. It's a 2-song 7-inch. Yeah, so I mean these are 3 albums that were considered grails because I actually was out actively weekly looking for them on eBay, and they were typically on there. Some were more than 50, some were less, but the ones I bought, they're all in great shape. The covers are in great shape, and yeah, I'm not really buying many $50 records much more these days, but back then I had to have those. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Duane.
Okay. This is one. I'm going to do something because I have to. This one has a story to it. So, and I pulled this one off the wall, and I'm going to open it up because I have to tell the story. But this is Typo Negative's Bloody Kisses, signed by the entire band.
Nice.
Oh, we didn't talk about autographs, but that's cool.
So the silver there is Peter Steele, and the other three are the. So open this up and take this out. And obviously this is a Grail because I'm the one that got it signed, and obviously it can't be replaced. So I saw Typo in San Francisco, and Celtic Frost opened.
What year was that, Duane?
I want to say that actually I have, I don't know if you can, no, it's not on video, but I have October Rust on the wall also that I took down the same night. And my ticket stub is in the back of that one. And I want to say it was 2003.
Okay. I saw him on that same tour, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I want to say it was 2003, 2004, something like that.
Yeah. It would have been in that time frame. Or
yeah.
Maybe a year or two later, but not by much.
And this is, in fact, this is the first Roadrunner pressing. So, so anyway, Celtic Frost opens, and doing the, watching the show, and they were great and everything. And after they get off, go outside. I was still smoking back then, and so I go out front, and I'm standing there having a cigarette, and in front of the show, and I can't remember if it was the Fillmore or I can't remember which venue. I mean, I can see it, but I can't remember the name of which one it was. But Typo's bus was there, right, parked right in front, and just sitting there running because they're on it or what have you. So I'm standing there smoking, and Tom G. Warrior comes out, and this was back when he first started wearing the beanie. The hair got shorter, and he's wearing the beanie with the black eyes, and he comes out, and he's just sweating from the show. And he comes up to me and asks me for a cigarette. And I'm like,
no, fuck you.
Oh, man, you want the pack, dude? You're fucking Tom G. Warrior,
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, of course. And he goes, man, I wish there was a place to get some. And I said, pointed around the bus, I'm like, there's a liquor store right there. And I'm like, come on, I'll buy you a pack. Walked over there with them. Walked in. I bought Tom G.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey.
He smokes Marlboro Lights. I can tell you that.
Necromantical smokes.
How the creator of Hellhammer and Celtic Frost could be finishing a show and not have a pack of cigarettes when he smokes. I don't get that. Someone dropped the ball somewhere. Anyway, so I bought Tom G. Warrior a pack of cigarettes.
Fuck yeah.
We walked back over, and I had my pack with me. We walked back over. And
hey, dude, would you sign my Typo Negative album?
No. And he asked me, he's like, oh, what do you have there? And I said, oh, I brought my Typo Negative albums because I didn't have my Celtic Frost albums. And I said, I'm hoping to get them signed. And he goes, let me have them. And he went on the bus and he got them signed except for Peter Steele. So Kenny, Johnny, they signed them. He brings them back for me. So not only did I buy Tom G. Warrior cigarettes and smoke with them, he took my records for Typo on their bus and got them signed for me, and he brought them back to me.
I had to hurt him a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Dude, and talk about embarrassed, like, oh, I'm sorry I don't have a Celtic Frost record for you to sign, which I wish I did.
Yeah.
But so anyway, so then we go and do the show, or go back in, watch the show, killer show. The best thing I can say is Peter Steele comes out with a Magnum bottle of wine, sits it on the amp. By the end of the show, that bottle was empty. So the show ends. Everybody goes to leave. I'm standing out front. I'm like, I've got these signed except for Peter Steele. I have to get this signed. And so I wait and I wait and I wait. And my buddy's with me. And he's like, dude, we got to go. This is ridiculous. And I wait and I wait and I waited 3 hours.
Damn.
The place, I mean, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. At this point in San Francisco, at that time of the morning, it's like fog. You know, it was like, you know, the London gaslight, foggy. You know, all you needed was Jack the Ripper to come around the corner. And so finally, he comes walking out with these 2 girls, and I'm 6'2". Okay, and I felt small next to this guy. But he comes walking up, and I'm holding the records at this point. I got him out. You know, I pulled him out, got him ready. And he comes walking, he sees me. He comes walking up, and he's like, hey, thank you so much for waiting. You're a patient man. You know, and I'm just like, oh, my God, Jesus Christ, dude, sign my shit. You're, you know, fucking Peter Steele. And he goes, oh, these are the Roadrunner pressings. You know, I'm pretty pissed off at that company because they didn't have the rights to press those. He starts telling me about this legality bullshit he's going through with Roadrunner, right?
Yeah.
And the whole time I'm just like in awe. This is Peter Steele. So he signs it and he goes, you mind if I sign your bloody kisses twice? I'm like, you can wipe your ass with it for all I care, man.
Slap your dick in between the cover.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, you know. But no, I go, of course. And he goes, okay, because I got to tell you. And he pulls this out. And he goes, because this is my favorite picture of myself. So he signed that as well, which is the inner sleeve to the second record. So it is actually signed twice by Peter Steele.
Awesome.
And I paid the price. I froze my ass off for 3 hours to get that final signature on there. And so I have, you know, both albums, this one and October Rust, both fully signed by the band. May he rest in peace. He was such an original artist.
No doubt.
Love Typo Negative. You know, Carnivore's cool, but Typo Negative.
I love Retaliation.
Special, man. Such a special thing. So I'm so glad that I was able to accomplish that, get these signed. Absolute, both copies, but this one especially is my favorite album. Is an absolute grail. And not because it's rare and expensive and everything else, but because of what I went through the night I'll never forget getting it signed, everything about it. So one of my favorite pieces in my collection, for sure.
That's awesome. Totally awesome. Killer story.
Absolutely.
All right, Alan.
All right. Next one I'll show is a 12-inch single. Get out of the 7-inch stuff for a little bit. It's a record by a band called Graven Image. They were a California, I think LA area band. The main guy had been in a band called Tyranny before this, and they released a 7-inch as early as 1979 that was actually surprisingly metallic that early on. But ended up, making some changes along the way and all that, and ended up under the name Graven Image. Cool name, big cool logo. Put out, it's a 12-inch single called "People in Hell Want Ice Water." Great title.
Yeah, great title.
Two really good, these are classic, early 80s tunes. This is, before thrash and, glam have really started to diverge. So it's just good, solid, heavy metal stuff. And this is one of those really hard to find U.S. Private pressing items. It turns up from time to time. There's a lot of little things that go wrong when you find copies of this, though. First is that it tends to be very expensive, so you've got to fight a lot of people and be willing to pay a lot for it. The second problem is that it's just a 12-inch single, and it's got a mostly plain black cover, so it tends to show ring wear like a bitch. As such, a lot of the copies you see, the front cover is not in very good shape. But this particular copy is really, really clean. There is a little ring wear. Yeah, there's a little bit down here, but not much. Other things that go wrong with it is that it's supposed to come with not one insert, but two inserts. Which, why do you need two inserts for a 12-inch record that has two songs on it? But there's a lyric insert with the lyrics to the two songs. And there was also, a mail order merch fan club kind of insert that comes with it. So first you have to find the damn record. And it's one that's been known to collectors for a long time. So it's on a lot of people's radar. Then you've got to hope the cover's in good shape. Then you have to hope it has not just one, but both inserts. Heavy metal collectors, as a quick aside, heavy metal vinyl collectors have a reputation of being very, very picky about condition and completion. That if it's supposed to have a printed inner sleeve, by God, it better have the inner printed sleeve, or a lot of people will not pay but a fraction of what the typical going rate is. Another example is cut corners or punch outs. In a lot of other music genres, I'm told that those are not considered that big a deal. That, for like psych and prog stuff, if, the corner's cut where it was in a sale bin, it's not that big a knock against the price tag. For a lot of heavy metal collectors, you might as well have crapped on the record. People really react poorly to those kind of defects and value them a ton lower. So a lot of people look for this, but to find it, in the right condition and complete with both inserts is a really, really tough gig, which is one of the reasons that, when you find a copy like this one that has everything and is in nice condition, you starts multiplying pretty quickly in terms of the price tag. I got this one, just another kind of one of those lucky things where somebody needed money and they knew I was looking for a copy of this, and so they just contacted me one day. It's like, hey, you're still looking for graven image? I'm like, yes. Like, I've got a copy I've got to sell. So we went through the whole rigmarole. What condition it's in? Does it have the inserts? They sent me really nice detailed pictures of it, and it's like, okay, this looks really nice. How much are we talking? And they named a price, and we worked it out. I'll say I was surprised that I got it as cheap as I did. I think, they just, again, they wanted to move it. One point they made was they did not want to have to deal with eBay. This was before Discogs was getting extremely popular. People, if you wanted to sell something like this, you were still definitely defaulting to eBay.
Yeah.
I guess they'd had some bad experiences with eBay, and eBay can be a pain. You're dealing with, a lot of fees, and then the PayPal fees, and a lot of shitty buyers.
eBay, I sold something on there. They gouged me. I'm like, that's all I got? Are
the eBay fees add up. eBay offers very little protection for sellers, tons of protection for buyers, but sellers, it's very easy to get scammed on stuff. He's like, I do not want to have to deal with eBay for this kind of record. I know you're good. If we make a deal, it's done. I'm like, well, let's make a deal. So one of the really cool independent private pressings from US metal back in the early and mid 80s. There's also a graven image picture disc, by the way, that came a couple of years later. It's got a tank on it, so right away it's quality stuff. The band, there were some lineup changes by that point. Some people don't like the music on that one as much. If Aaron is still in the chat, if I remember correctly, Aaron's not too keen on the later graven image. I think it's still pretty good, and there have been anthologies of a lot of the material put out, so you can check out this band. Just poke around and look for the CD compilations. But yeah, the yeah, the original 12 and the anthologies look a lot like this, but they'll say people in hell still want ice water. So it's kind of clever, but there is a distinct difference.
People in hell are still thirsty.
We are still thirsty. Can we get some waiter? Can we get some water over here at hell level number 7, please? But yeah, the tyranny single is a real pain to find too. That one is almost too obscure for its own good. Not many people know about the tyranny single he did before that, but the graven image is it's on a lot of people's top tier list. So I picked that one for kind of a representative of the U.S. Independent stuff. Marty, what you got next?
I'm going to roll through 2 that were gifts. And this first one, if he's still in the chat, I don't think he is, but Jürgen from Germany, friend of all of ours, been on the show numerous times. Great guy. Yeah. This album I've been looking for a long time on vinyl. And it isn't because it isn't easily obtainable. I just could never find one stateside, and I wasn't about to pay an already high price and the shipping. I found a stateside version of this on CD earlier this year. I got it. It was a super shitty digipack bootleg. Jürgen sent me a bunch of shit, and he hooked me up and stopped the madness. Halloween's live in the UK. Is it the best set ever? No, but it's fun. It's great. And I had to have this. I've wanted this forever. It's cool to finally have it. And Jürgen put this one to rest for me. Again, this is one of those I would look for constantly throughout the years. Just never willing to pay. I could pay the price of the vinyl, but you add $25 on top of that as well. It starts to throw it into a realm where, fuck, man, it's just too much. This one, I bought this on tape and CD when it came out. I still have the CD. I always wanted the OG pressing of the vinyl, and my brother in arms here, Professor Steele, picked this up for me for my birthday this year. Creator's Extreme Aggression. I had the reissue that came out a year or 2 ago on BMG. There's a 2 LP set with the capitulation live in East Berlin. But I wanted the original, and Alan hooked me up. I don't want to know what he paid for this, but hopefully it wasn't too bad. I do appreciate every penny, though, brother. Thank you so much. It's been great to hear. Welcome. It's been great to hear this thing in its original form on my turntable. Love it.
You needed to have an original copy of that album.
It's one of my favorites.
There's just no way around it. So yeah.
And I will burn through the rest on my neck. Well, maybe 2 more. I got 2 more in me.
Okay.
Les, what do you got?
Ooh, let's see. I'm so busy watching. Yeah, I totally forgot. Let's see.
I've done that a couple of times tonight. I'm just like, that story is so cool, Duane. Oh crap, I need a record.
Fucking sex bots got our number tonight.
I just got rid of a bunch of them.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool.
Yep.
I think I'm just going to go ahead and show. I know Alan watched my video about it, but since I have it sitting here, I'll go ahead and show it too.
Oh, so. You got to show it.
Okay, so this is to some people this may not be that big a deal, but to me this was a big deal, and this is the Sin After Sin by Judas Priest.
My favorite Priest album. I love that
is
record.
It?
I love it.
Awesome. Yeah, I love this album. But this is the Argentina pressing. Okay, and someone might think, well, what's the big deal? So being the Argentina pressing is the only pressing of this album that's ever been done.
Gatefold. Huh. Neat.
Very neat.
Okay. So what happened was there's that famous video going around, or that's been around for a while, called Heavy Metal Parking Lot.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Want to jump your bones.
Yeah. Yeah, little did she know, right?
Yeah.
But if you have the DVD of that, there's a bonus content video on there called Heavy Metal Basement. And the collector's house that the guy goes to film this, they go down to his basement. He's a huge Priest collector, and they go down to the basement, and it's just a video kind of like what what we do here in the VC, you know, just kind of showing his collection. And he showed this, and I'm a big Priest collector, and I've got, next to Maiden, it's my biggest collection, so it's pretty thorough. And so, you know, I'm watching this video, and it's like, yeah, I got it. Okay, this guy doesn't have anything I haven't seen before. And then he comes across this, and I'm like, what? A gatefold Sin After Sin. I've never even heard of it. You know, I've never seen one. I've never heard of that. I'm like, is that legit? And so come to find out, yeah, it is legit. And I've waited a long time to finally get a copy of this damn thing. And so I did. And it just tickled me to death because it's just one I didn't think I'd ever find. So I still smile when I see it.
As you should. That's
That's very cool. Yeah.
And it's all because of that video that thing became a grail, because, you know, it was just, you know, here I thought I knew everything by Priest, and then I see this, and it's like I didn't even know about that, you know. So it immediately went on the grail list.
Right on.
So
awesome. Okay, Alan.
All right, I'll do a pair of singles here. Some more new wave of British heavy metal stuff. One of these a lot of folks know, and one of them maybe a little less known. For the well-known one, this is one that's been a grail among new wave of British heavy metal collectors since at least the early 90s. It's one of the first, when I started getting into vinyl from that stuff, it was one of the first records pointed out to me as, if you ever see that, you need that. And I'm talking about Kiss of Death, Act with Heads Will Roll by Satan. This is the original on Guardian Records. Guardian's another one of those labels that's pretty collectible. If you see anything on Guardian, it's probably worth a little bit, at least. They put out a lot of
going down the Ross tonight, man.
They did put out a lot of, you know, singles that are highly regarded, and they put them out early in that kind of golden era around 1980. The Mithra singles on this label, the Satan singles on this label, several others. But it's another one that it just checks all the boxes. It's always been rare. It's always been very notorious because this band did release a lot more material throughout. You know, they had lineup changes, but, you know, yeah, they had, of course, you know, had Court in the Act, which, you know, got a good distribution. They hung around and put out some more stuff in the 80s. You know, they have that, you know, later EP where they're all covered in dirt and grime. It's kind of funny looking. They've bounced back and put out several albums in recent years. Frank's in the chat tonight. You know, Frank will vouch that those reunion albums are highly regarded by a ton of fans, and it's brought in a lot of new fans. And this record itself, again, it's got everything going for it. The band is called Satan. How much more fucking metal can you get? It's got song titles like Kiss of Death and Heads Will Roll. How much more metal can you get? You know, the logo is, you know, Satan turned into, you know, kind of a stylized thing. There's a cross and there's fire. It's black and white and red. If I sat down and tried to create a heavy metal perfect record that would just catch people's attention, you'd be hard pressed to come up with anything better than this. It's got everything going for it. Even when I started collecting in the early 90s, you know, this was already a record that would go for a couple of $100. And over time, it just kind of every now and then it would sort of level up. It was $200 for years. Then all of a sudden, copies were going for more like $300. And after, you know, a few years later, copies were more like in the $350 to $400 range. And it's just continued to walk itself up over time. This past summer, there was that big collection of new wave of British heavy metal sold through an auction house in Nevada. I made a video about it. We talked about it a little bit on some of the heavy metallurgy streams back in the middle of the summer. Yeah, this was one of, you know, the sort of, you know, highlight items that was sold in it, and, you know, it brought over a grand. So, I don't know if the record would consistently sell for that. I want to make it clear. I'm not saying this is worth $1,000. All I'm saying is the last time we saw a really nice copy sold on eBay, the final bid was over $1,000. The item did not get relisted either. That seller did relist some items that weren't paid for. That was not among them. So it looks like it was actually paid for and purchased at that price. It's always been one of the classics. Musically, it's one of the best singles from that era. visually, it's one of the most eye-catching singles from that era. It's just got everything you could want in terms of defining a holy grail. I got it years ago on an auction when it was cheaper. It was not cheap, but it was cheaper. Thank God.
And so, Alan, I want to comment on that real quick.
Do absolutely.
For those collectors out there, if you don't want to spend the money, there was a reissue.
Is that the Buried by Time and Dust package?
Yeah.
Yes, that's very nice. I've got that on the shelf too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a nice reproduction of it right there that Duane just showed.
But an original is, absolute grail for sure.
All right.
All right, Marty.
Again, going back to the early days of eBay, I always had this on cassette. It's one of my most influential records in my collection. I had to have it on vinyl. I don't remember what I paid for this. It wasn't too bad, but Doomsday News, the new generation of heavy metal. This is a Noise Records, the first edition of the new Doomsday News collection. Noise. We're talking about Carl and cutting corners in the chat, but this is one of my all-time favorite compilations. I mean, it's got Scanner, Galactos, Rage Before the Storm, Death Row, Scattered by the Wind, Corner, Arrogance, and Uniform, which is exclusive to this. Tankard, Total Addiction, Sabbat, Hosanna, and Exodus, Halloween, Starlight, Vendetta, and The Brave Man Falls, Celtic Frost, Mesmerized, Crater, After the Attack, which at the time was exclusive to this. Voivod, Cockroaches, which was on a single only at the time. This was a fucking very influential. This put me in love with Noise Records, man. I just loved all this shit. I soaked it up. I wanted everything by it. This thing is forever one of my favorite records. This is another big comp for me back in the day. And I found this recently-ish at Vertigo Records in Grand Rapids in great shape. Speed Kills, the very best in speed metal. I think this is the first edition. It's got Hallow's Eve, Exodus, Destruction, Bulldozer, Metallica, Slayer, Possessed, Exciter, Venom, Voivod, Megadeth, and Celtic Frost. I had this on tape back in the day. Actually, I lie. My friend Scott had this on tape, and I dubbed it off of him. So this was a very influential comp for me in the what year did this come out? Music. This is a Music for Nations record. I don't know. It's an 80s press. It came out in the 80s, and it was huge for me. I dubbed his copy and pined over every note on this record. And to see it in a used bin at Vertigo Records for like under $20. Oh yeah, you know this fucker's coming home with me. Loved it. And I'll show one more. I love this record. And this is one I searched for and finally found a really good copy of it. Bathory's Blood on Ice. This is a Grail record for me as well. Black Mark Pressing. This is my favorite Bathory record, hands down. I love the black metal shit. But the Viking metal stuff, this is the best he ever did. I really love it. It's got the best song he ever wrote, The Lake. Second best song he ever wrote, The Woodwoman. 1-2 punch right next to each other in the track listing. Awesome concept record from beginning to end. It is Man of War. I mean, he ripped off Man of War when he started the Viking trail. That's just the way it is. But I love this record. Awesome Christian Wallen Necrolord cover artwork.
Awesome.
Love this record, and I'm super psyched to have it on vinyl.
Envious for sure on that.
All right, Duane.
Because you showed that, I grabbed these real quick because they were sitting right here, and you showed that Doomsday comp.
Love it.
And I want to talk about that for a quick second because, like yourself, I swear to God, we're from the same mother or something.
I was going to say, our styles are, I mean, the three of us, so it's all very similar.
Yeah. So these.
Yep. I've got both of those as well.
You got them?
Okay. Yeah, and I also have the second one on vinyl as well. The second, yeah.
So these are so special to me.
Very.
These are what introduced me to Rage.
Oh yeah. Don't you feel the winter?
That's it. Okay.
Yep.
Coroner.
Gods.
Voivod.
Yep.
Vendetta. tankard, all from these.
All essential. Every band is essential on those, mostly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gamma Ray already knew, Creator already knew. But Scanner.
I was going to say, I pulled this, but this is like one of the best power metal records no one ever talks about. I need to get that on vinyl. If anybody has a copy of that on vinyl they want to sell, hit me up.
I thought you had it on. You don't have it on vinyl?
I bought way back in the day a copy of it on eBay for $1. And now that I circle back around trying to find it on vinyl, it's way too expensive. Oh, my frugal sense is like, fuck, I can't do it. Yeah.
But yeah, these are, I actually converted. I've had these for so long. I converted them to DVD.
Oh yeah.
So I can continue to watch them.
Yep.
Just classic. I mean, Celtic Frost with Cherry Orchards on here.
Cherry Orchards.
Such a classic watch. But these
were a pack of Marlboro Lights.
Yeah, these were my first, I thought I knew metal back in the day, and then I discovered these and it was like, oh my God. So I'm so with you on the Doomsday News. Okay. This particular album I've had since I was a teenager when I was working at a record store in Alameda, California. And this came from the store's personal archive. So in this store, there was a backroom archive that was like all the really rare, bizarre, hard to find stuff that wasn't for sale. It was like their own collection.
Oh, okay.
And when the store was going through some hard times, they started putting some of that stuff for sale. And I actually bought this before it even went out, and I bought it because of what's in it. So this is no big deal here for the record, but it's what's in there. So this is Grim Reaper's See You in Hell. Classic, right?
Yeah.
Classic. I mean, and this is not the ebony pressing. This is the RCA pressing. So even that's not special. Okay. But what's special about this is what's in there, which is this. So this is a letter. And Steve Grimmett, rest in peace, brother.
Cheers.
So this is a letter to a Gene Moffitt of Heavy Metal Thunder, which I'm assuming is like a magazine, heavy metal. Or Marty, you might even know since you were in the biz, but Gene Moffitt of Heavy Metal Thunder in LA, California.
Nope, not familiar.
Not familiar? Okay. So in this envelope is the letter.
Wow.
On Grim Reaper letterhead.
Wow.
Okay. And
this
is from the guitar player, Bocott, Nick Bocott.
Nick Bocott, yeah. He works for Sweetener now, doesn't he?
I'm not sure, but this is from his mother, Nick Bocott's mother. Okay. And it's dated, you can see there.
Meatloaf, fuck.
January 23rd, 1983.
Wow.
Okay. Also in this letter, or with this letter, is this photo.
Oh, it's killer.
And this is, you can see.
They're young. Look how young they are.
Right there. Yeah, you can see how young they are.
Yep.
And this is, I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but this is, it's not even it's like cut. It's not even perfectly square. This is raw. You can see the silver in the paper.
So cool.
The what's the word I'm looking for? The developer.
Yeah.
There's the silver in the ink or whatever. And so that's what's in here. And it talks about, I actually have a video. I did a video on this where I read the whole letter. So if you're really interested, you can go look at that. But yeah, on behalf of Grim Reaper, yours sincerely, MJ Bocott, I believe is what it says there. then it goes on with a PS and everything. And it's basically her trying to get promotion for the band through this magazine.
Right.
So, but the fact that it's the letter in her handwriting, that photo, which by the way, I've Googled the hell out of Grim Reaper to see if I've never found this photo.
I've never seen that picture. Not
I've
that I'm
never
a
found
Grim
this
Reaper fan, but I've never seen that photo.
So I don't think this photo's ever been published. So that's kind of a cool, rare thing there. But the fact that it even has the envelope, the postmark, I mean, just everything. So anyway, this was all in this copy of See You in Hell. Now, I don't think, I mean, obviously they were on ebony before the RCA pressing. So I don't know if that letter was originally sent with this record. I think somebody got a hold of that letter and just stuck it in with this record. And then I ended up with it at some point. So this is a Grail piece, I guess, so to speak. Really, it's the letter that's the Grail, but it came with my copy of See You in Hell that I bought when I was a teenager from that store that I worked at. So this is my copy. So it's kind of a Grail, I guess. But
kids, let it be known that the sun shines on an old dog's ass every once in a while.
So, and you know, I've had this for years and years and years. It's one of my oldest pieces. So when I heard about, you know, Steve passing away, that just really hit me kind of hard too. But yeah, so there's that piece.
Awesome, man. Killer.
That's pretty amazing. All right. I wanted to pull at least one US 7-inch single to show. So I pulled one that has some massive visual appeal to it.
Wow. Maybe someone from Neat should have bedazzled that one before they
Here,
get the bedazzler out, some cut and paste action. Send it to Alan for fucking double price. through his dealer. A guy I know.
That is very much how this one came about.
I know a guy.
This what this is, and you there's only the only way to figure it out is to play it. There's no markings on it. I mentioned much earlier tonight the band Pentagram made 4 singles during the 1970s. I showed the first one earlier. They had under the name Macabre with the 2 misspellings. This is a copy of their 3rd single from 74.
Can't misspell it if you don't put any fucking words on it.
Damn right. They learned their lesson. Not going to fuck up the typeset this time.
Fuck it, man. Make nothing on it. Fuck it.
So with this one, the deal was that they, instead of having any kind of printed thing, they stamped them. They just literally had like a rubber stamp of a thing that would have Pentagram. They were operating under Pentagram at this point, and they put the song titles on it. One side of this is Under My Thumb, and if I remember right, the other side is Living in a Ram's Head or Hurricane. Drawing a blank at the moment.
Why don't you check the track listing? Oh, wait.
Yeah, let me look here. God damn it. Oh, hell, I even lost my lights. Getting feisty here late at night. So, yeah, this is supposed to have like one stamp that says Pentagram, you know, one stamp, you know, for like the song titles. They were specifically just made up, you know, as a very small batch to be sent out as promotional devices. You send them out to, you know, radio stations and things like that to try to get, you know, some press and some airplay for the band. It's always been a hard single to find. It's probably the hardest of the 4 singles to find, since it was really not, they didn't print very many. It was never really meant to be sold, just circulated to press. Why doesn't this copy have any stamps on it, though? If you're going to send it to somebody, you better put the damn stamps on it so they know what it is. And like, hey, we're playing this record. We don't know who it's by, so we can't tell you who to go listen to or check out.
Because drugs.
You would assume so, because that was an issue with Pentagram, but actually it was intentional that this copy isn't stamped. because the copies that were kept by the band members and their management didn't get stamps put on them. Only the copies that went out in the mail got stamped. The copies they kept for themselves, they didn't bother to put stamps on. Several years ago, one of the guys who used to work with the band, not one of the members, this guy was, kind of helping try to, again, get them gigs and stuff. He had gotten sick and was selling off, his collection of stuff to try to, pay some bills. And he had 3 of the 4 70s singles by Pentagram and ended up selling them. And this was his personal copy from when it was made. And that's why it wasn't stamped, because the band just handed it to him. So it's like, I know who you guys are. I know what this is. You don't have to stamp it. Why would I need a stamp on it? Everybody knows what that is. So yeah, it's the rarest single in the first place, but it's also an unstamped copy of Pentagram's rarest single. And Pentagram's become very collectible over the years. Bobby Liebling, you can say a lot of things about him, and most of them aren't going to be nice. But he's always had a strong cult following. He did make some killer music over the years. The Pentagram records have gotten extremely expensive over time. This door kind of got kicked open right in the early 2000s when Relapse did the First Day Here compilation, where you finally got to hear a lot of those old 70s demos. For most people, that was the first time they even knew Pentagram existed before 1984. But yeah, these quickly then started to shoot up in price, and that upward trajectory has continued. So they're not something that are easy to track down. There's a ton of demand for them, and the price tags are huge. This is the only unstamped copy I've ever come across. I've seen a few with the stamps, but that's the only one I've seen that did not have the stamp on it. So that's the one I pulled for my 7-inch US metal Grail item.
When I see Bobby, I always think of he's got to be like the Doom Keith Richards, man.
Except he did the wrong drugs and had no handler to make sure he didn't do too much.
What Keith Richards could have ended up as if he hadn't had all the place to avoid that.
Yep. All right. I'll show 2 more here.
I've got about 2 more I want to show also, I think.
Well, I've got 4 total. I can go 1 more round.
Oh, okay. Sure.
This was hanging on the wall at Vinyl Solution back in the day before I graduated high school. It might have been my high school year. We'd skip school and go down to Grand Rapids, a 2-hour drive south to buy records. And I was blown away that this was sitting on the wall.
Wow.
It's the Hell Driver single. This was I got this for $9.99. It's been reissued here this year or the year before. It's got Thrashing Rage, Slaughter in the Grave, Hell Driver, and To the Death. Big Voivod fan. A kind of a bummer it got repressed. Maybe this didn't get repressed. The Cockroaches one got repressed. I can't remember which one. I don't own the Cockroaches one, but
I used to own the Cockroaches one.
It's another cool picture disc as well. But I've only listened to this maybe twice, but it's still a cool piece to have in the collection. This is probably my favorite crossover record by my favorite crossover band. And there was a short-lived record store here in Traverse City that I would go into every couple weeks. Kind of an underground thing. A couple ladies running it. They were into kind of like modern day hardcore, mall metal type stuff. And they never had anything I wanted. I'd buy shit on occasion just to feel like I supported them a little bit. Well, as I was walking out, there was a box of records on the floor, kind of a nondescript box of records. I started flipping through it, found this classic for $4.99. They obviously didn't know what they had. The Accused, Martha Splatterhead's Maddest Stories Ever Told.
Nice.
It's in great fucking shape. And I just about shit my pants. I bought this on tape when it came out. This album is awesome. Blaine's vocals are so tortured and gnarly. The riffs, Tommy's riffs are always so killer, and this is their best. It's got a GBH cover for Sick Boy on here. Psychomania, Bag Lady song. there isn't a bad song on this record. It's fucking awesome. If you're into crossover, this crushes DRI, man. It's just so good, so lethal from Seattle. Awesome. I got it for $5 at a place that I had to I felt like I was giving money away every time I went in there, but that's the only thing I found that I almost shit my pants on. But I got one more round, and Laz, you're up.
Oh, so soon. Okay. So this is kind of a 3-piece because it all kind of goes together. But so I'm a huge fan of this individual, and who I'm talking about is Thor, John Michael Thor from Canada. Now, people,
he's like the David Hasselhoff of metal. Do you?
Yeah, people either get him or you don't. Okay, this is one of those artists where he's so what's the word? Cartoony, I guess.
Yeah.
Would be the best way I could describe him.
It's like if you put all 4 members of Manowar into one body.
He looks like Thundar the Barbarian in that cover, in that picture.
That's exactly what he looks like. Thundar the Barbarian. Now, he's also someone that you can just tell always wanted to be a heavy metal rock star. That was his dream, but never really did. Okay, but this is someone that you either get or you don't, and if you get him and you followed him, especially through the years, he's kind of like a cult act. Okay, he's got a cult following, and I'm definitely one of them. I'm actually somewhat friends with him now. We talk on Facebook all the time, blah blah blah. Been to quite a few shows. I have a pretty extensive collection of his stuff, all signed. But the Grail part is this is the test pressing for that Unchained album that he signed to Lazerrus, actually, not Duane, but to Lazerrus. And this was a long time ago, 2000 something. And I also have this, which came out at the same time. This is the Rock Warrior comic book, #1 of 2008. There it is, 2008. #1. This has actually recently been reprinted and reissued now, but this is an original one, and this is extremely rare to find.
Wow.
Extremely rare to find. This is, from back in the day. This was, 80. What year did this come out? 84, 85, something like that.
He went to where even Manowar couldn't go, to comic books.
Yeah, I mean, the band made these themselves, and you know what I mean, sold them at the shows or whatever. So I mean, this was one of those kind of things. But this is just one of my favorite pieces. I love this guy so much. He's so fun. He has 2 really strong albums. This one and Only the Strong are going to be his most seriously respected metal albums. Everything else is really, really on the fence. But like I said, you either get it or you don't. But
Thunder on the Tundra, brother.
Yeah, he's just a positive attitude. Exactly. He's just awesome dude.
To Lazarus, keep pumping iron and stay metal. John Michael Thor. Yeah.
Bad part is he's now as fat as I am.
It happens. It happens to the best of us.
It's all age. Yep. It's all age.
That was awesome. All right, Alan.
Yeah. That real quick. That made it's funny you said that because I hadn't thought of Thor in years until a week or 2 ago when this popped up.
There you go. Thor and Pantera.
And the coup de grace here, though, is the Thor guitar pick stuck to the cover.
Man.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Marty sent some old zines down here with the new Heavy Metallurgy shirts. And I've been flipping through them and saw this. It's like, holy crap, Thor. I haven't thought of that guy in ages. I love the fact that they included a Thor guitar pick.
That's rad.
See, the funny thing is, Alan, our bass player, Chris, we were talking about last Monday, as a matter of fact, we were talking about, Spotify just launched their what you listen to the most this year. He's like, Thor was my number one. I'm like, how the fuck did that happen? He's like, I don't know, man. I don't listen to him all the time, but there was like a couple of weeks where I listened to Thor every day on Spotify. Then all of a sudden he's like my number one of 2022.
There's nothing wrong with listening to Thor, but if it's your number one on Spotify, an intervention might be.
Yeah, he's a super sweet guy. You would understand if you knew him. He's funnier now. Anyway.
Let's see. Right. Tim, no, I didn't. I'm still looking. The liner notes on that CD are very, very tiny, but I'll get back to you on that, Tim. All right. Next up, we need a new wave of British heavy metal album for inclusion. And the one I picked for this. Now, you'd assume this is by a band called Widow, because there's a great big word widow on the cover.
Yeah.
And no other words. So this looks like the album by Widow, apparently called Widow. Self-titled album, eponymous record. The problem is this band is not called Widow. And this led to a hell of a lot of confusion by a lot of people.
Marketing disaster, yeah.
A little bit. The band is named Ritual. They made this one album around 1983. It's on a very tiny label called Legend Records. It got really no press, no attention, no nothing back in the day. It was such an obscure band that when Malcolm Macmillan wrote the New Wave of British Heavy Metal Encyclopedia about 20 years ago, everyone that collected back then knows it. It's this big, thick paperback book with something like 600 to 700 entries in it. And it's an incredible amount of research. Malk has this listed under the band name Widow. And his description of it basically says it's kind of a cool album, and I can't find a bloody thing about the band, who was involved, there's like one name on it, Gypsy Rebeth. I'm not even sure that's a real name, and that's it. So even in that book, it's listed under the wrong name. It wasn't until a few years after that people started to figure out what had happened. And yeah, supposedly the story is, and there's some weirdness that goes on with this. Supposedly the label pressed up 1,500 copies of the album, and it was supposed to have the band's logo appear in the top corner, and because reasons, it got pressed without the logo. And they didn't catch it until 1,500 copies were done, and then they went back and they reportedly had 500 copies printed that had the Ritual logo added in the corner. Around, let's call it 2008 to maybe 2010, somewhere in that time frame, probably more like 2007, 2008. Shadow Kingdom Records, Tim, that guy that runs the label, got a hold of Gypsy Rebeth, that was a guy, and had worked out and got it reissued. Did a nice vinyl reissue, put it on CD as well. And so this was the first time a lot of people ever got to hear the music at all or find out much about it. And there was like a long interview included with the insert to it. And so this is where he's kind of just, Gypsy Rebeth is kind of describing that, oh yeah, they messed up the cover printing and the cover art was supposed to be much better and the labels kind of screwed us on that and all this stuff. And as soon as I read through the liner notes on it, I was kind of left scratching my head. I'm like, some of this just doesn't quite add up. And so, I talked to, let's say, someone associated with Shadow Kingdom Records, and I was just like, how close? Like, look, I'm really issued this. I'm not, trying to, piss in your cornflakes or anything, but how closely did you guys fact check the stuff that Rebeth was telling you in these liner notes? And he's like, look, yeah, I know what you're talking about. The guy is, let's just say, embellishing a lot of things about his band and their history. A lot of the information in those liner notes is not accurate. It's not even close.
Corathon syndrome. Steve Sylvester was bad to do that with Death SS in old interviews. Gypsy Rebeth is, at least on that one occasion, I've never read a whole lot of interviews with him, but there's definitely a lot of information he's quoted as saying in those liner notes that does not
match up with anything else. For example, he mentions that the band goes way back into the 70s, which I think they did. But he mentions that they like released singles back then that were actually very popular in these weird territories like South Africa. But no one's ever turned up any copies of that stuff. So it sounds like, did you really release any singles, or did you just record some stuff on like a cassette tape and circulate it or something? There is a single that the band released, and for a long time, it was hard to pin down the date for when it came out. And it seems to have been a later item, more like around 1990 when they did do a second album. Anyway, getting back, to this one. As such, I'm not sure 1,500 copies of this album were made. It's not a huge pressing. It seems like it's enough of a pressing that more people would have known about the album. And I have never once seen a copy with the Ritual logo. I'm not sure that part of the story is correct. If you Google search the album, you're going to see a ton of pictures that have Ritual appear. But if you pay attention, it's all a High Roller Records reissue. Shadow Kingdom reissued it first about a decade ago. High Roller has done it since then, and High Roller used the original cover art and put the Ritual name up here in the corner. I check Discogs, I check eBay, I check PopPsych. I've talked to lots of collectors about it. It's kind of like the Green Eyes crucifixion thing all over again. No one can show me a physical copy of the original album that has the damn logo on it. If it's out there, great. That's fine. I don't mind. I just want to know that it actually does exist and that it wasn't another part of the story that got a little bit embellished. I'm not sure any, because it would be like, oh, well, we didn't forget to put the name on. The label screwed up, and then they had to put it on the last few copies that were made. Show me the evidence, because I haven't seen it. That's the collecting side of it. Musically, it's an excellent album. It's very subdued. It's not a banger. This is not a raging album with screaming guitars and over the top lyrics and all this stuff. It's got a very kind of quiet 70s vibe to it. There's some longer parts with just like a very simple instrumentation, storm, thunder sound effects. You can kind of tell that they probably barely had enough material put together to actually justify filling out an album. But a lot of the songs are very excellent. They create a great atmosphere. They're very moody. You can tell, that, they had a lot of influences from 70s hard rock, even maybe back into late 60s, psych rock and all that. So it's an atypical album for new wave of British heavy metal, but a lot of people really, really like it. I personally dig it a lot. And Gypsy Rebeth, whatever, while he may have had trouble getting his facts straight on the interview, he's a very good guitarist. He apparently did a lot of work making custom guitars over the years, using like very specialized parts to kind of, custom design and tailor make each guitar very specifically. So very talented guitar player. He did, again, a later album with Ritual that's also very good called Valley of Kings. He did a little bit of solo material sometime in the 90s. There's a couple of CD radio station promo kind of things that were circulated in the UK just with the name Gypsy Rebeth on them that have a couple of tracks, and they're gorgeous tracks, beautiful stuff. Not really heavy metal at that point, just rock music, but awesome stuff, really pretty music. But yeah, this is kind of where it all started, was with this weird Widow album that isn't by a band called Widow. This is another one I bought years and years ago just because I'd heard it, really loved it. I paid a bit for it, got a copy of it on eBay. It's not mint, but it's not in bad shape. And it's another one I don't always think about, but when I look around now, it's hard to find. And the last several copies that have gone through like eBay or Discogs, it's $1,000 record at this point.
Wow.
It's hard to touch copies of it in good shape for.
This is a $1,500 record.
It's kind of works its way up there. Some copies have pushed up that way. Again, is it worth that? Shit, just go buy the $20 Shadow Kingdom reissue or the High Roller reissue. You don't have to pay tons for it. But the original copies, because of the reissues that have gotten a lot of notoriety for the band, this is one that went from being too obscure for its own good to getting that boost of infamy, so that all of a sudden it was on tons of people's want lists. And I think I was just kind of dumb and lucky, and I managed to get a copy before the rush happened and before everybody and their mother started looking for it. So that was my New Wave of British Heavy Metal LP entry for the evening, the Ritual Widow album. Really cool.
I've never heard that. You've got me really intrigued. I gotta check that out. I've never heard it.
It's an interesting listen. Again, for a lot of folks, it may not be heavy enough. And I very much get that if folks listen to it and it's just like, this is kind of boring or dull. But if you like that moody, a little more atmosphere to it, little sense of
sometimes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Then it might suit. It might suit you. All right, to Marty.
All right.
Sorry, I'm talking so long on some of these.
Dude, no, it's awesome.
Yeah,
Totally
it's
killer. Shit that I've never seen. It's interesting as hell. Okay. Another one from New Moon Records days. I walked in, I bought this for. You can't see it. $1.99.
Oh, it's gonna be good. Oh, get out. Really?
$1.99, Morbid Tales. I'm like, wow.
Noise or Metal Blade?
This is the Metal Blade Records pressing.
Okay, nice. Very nice.
I'm like, well, I've got
$2.99.
I've got this on I got this onto cassette. I've always wanted the CD, but I'm gonna grab this record. Awesome. I get home, start digging it out, and what's it have in it? The OG poster.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
With the lyrics.
Yep.
Nice.
And also the order form for the stuff from Prowling Death Management for $1.99. And even though the condition of the record is the jacket is maybe a VG. I mean, it's in pretty good shape. I mean, it's been obviously well loved.
You know what, Marty, that looks like a Celtic Frost record should look.
It's exactly.
Look.
The record's in good shape. It's obviously been played a lot, but I mean, for $1.99, and then to get home and slide it open and have all the fucking stuff with it, it's like, wow, okay.
Yeah, that's a good case where you almost want the Metal Blade pressing instead of the original Noise pressing, because it's got the poster and it has a couple of the extra tracks on it too.
Yep. And for my last one for the evening, this is one my buddy Scott. I talk about him a lot on here. He got me into a lot of the shit. He bought this on cassette back in the day. I always really liked it, and it just evaded me forever. And when I decided I wanted to buy the vinyl of it, I could never find it for an affordable price. Well, Aaron, the Metal Theologian, cheers to you, Aaron. I really appreciate it. This showed up in my mailbox one day.
There you go.
Lazerrus on vinyl. He had a spare copy of it. Metal Blade Records. It's in really good shape. It sounds awesome. The cover's in great shape. Of course, Aaron doesn't typically buy garbage.
Never made.
Yep, it's so good. It is so good. This is just amazingly, and cheers to Bill. What's his name? Santis. Rest in peace. He died this year or last year?
Last year.
Anyway.
It was last year. Last year. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, this is the extent of my Warlord vinyl collection. I have not built my own like artsy craftsy Michaels or Hobby Lobby box yet, but
get busy.
Duane showed some shit tonight I didn't even know was even a thing, and
hey Marty,
it's very cool. Yeah,
I got 2 words for you: puffy paint.
Fuck, have you found pictures of those shirts yet? Because I need to see them.
I have not. It's not for a lack of trying either.
Duane, do you have some more for us?
I do, but we'd be here for a long time.
Well, we'll ramble through a few. I'm done. Alan, where are you at?
I have 2 left. I'll show.
Okay, we'll just do it. We'll do a couple more rounds and we'll be done.
I could have done tonight strictly on Maiden. Or
your shit. The shit you acquired from Jurgen is fucking nuts.
That's just one dip in the bucket. I mean,
yeah,
So anyway, but since it is recent, and I have it still relatively reachable also. May not be that big a deal to some people, but to me it is Number of the Beast, my favorite damn Maiden album. Always has been, always will be. Got the test press for that.
Oh, nice. Damn.
So as well as so this is the Legacy of the Beast live in Mexico City, the 3 LP set. So that's the test press for that, all 3 pieces.
Is Martin Birch on your was he on your speed dial, or
Martin owes Duane some favors.
And then this one I just did a video on. So this is the 40th anniversary picture disc that was Record Store Day issue.
Oh.
And this is the test pressing for that. So there's those. And then I have some other Maiden stuff, but I'll save that for next time. But I wanted to show these because I've never shown these, and these are just kind of really cool and different. And this isn't vinyl, but it's kind of along the same lines of what we're talking about. It's still kind of Grail-ish item to me because, number one, it's Maiden, and it's kind of along that test pressing kind of thing. But these are from EMI. These things. I'll just show one here to give you an idea. So these are music from EMI, Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier, 15 and 20-minute TV ads on DVD or PAL Stereo. So these are like TV spots, promotional TV spots, in relation to Maiden from EMI, From Here to Eternity, the best of 90 to 2010. And then this one, Somewhere Back in Time. And you can play these on a regular DVD player. I mean, these are, promotional DVDs from EMI. And they're these like commercials for Maiden. And so it's just that kind of unique, odd. They're from Abbey Road Studios, all 3 of them. So if you see, they're Abbey Road Studios. Plainy Jane looking, right? There's the spines of them, kind of plain Jane looking. Yeah. But it's that kind of quirky, promotional, geeky stuff that it's one of my bands.
Yeah, so. That's super weird, out there, rare type stuff. Yeah, only like people in like metal channels or like a MTV would get, or
exactly. Like exactly. And that's the thing, is it's like I can't find it anywhere. Like they're not on YouTube.
I mean, what would you even sell that shit for on eBay? I mean, how would you even quantify a price for that?
I don't know.
I mean, you ended up with it. You paid a price for it, but I mean, still, how do you price it? It's like, it's so odd.
Yeah. But it's something that, like I said, they're not on YouTube. So if you want to see them, here it is.
That's cool.
And I'm not going to put it on YouTube because then everyone's got them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's that kind of just weird, oddball, quirky thing. But to a Maiden collector, when we get our hands on stuff like this, it's like, ooh,
yeah.
It's
shiny.
Oh, yeah. Exciting.
The next shiny thing. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I will show this just because it's come in and I haven't opened it yet. So this will be, I have, when it comes to Blind Guardian, I haven't done I think I've done a vinyl collection spotlight on Guardian, but I haven't done the CD one yet or anything. But I have every box set from Blind Guardian except for 2. And this one I just got in. I haven't even opened it yet. And this is the Imaginations from the Other Side.
Wow.
This is the, you were showing the earbook for Halloween.
Yep.
My God-Given Right.
Yep.
So that's what's in here. for this album from Blind Guardian, but there's also like a puzzle and some additional CDs.
Puzzle.
All kinds of cool
Nothing
stuff.
says metal like a fucking puzzle. I just want to put it out there.
The last box set had a board game in it. You know? But it's Blind Guardian. I love the box. It's just like the
that's cool.
Halloween last box set where it's shadow box style, 3-dimensional.
Yeah,
just beautiful. You know,
that's their best album right there too. By the way, here holding in your hands. I love that record.
Top three.
Oh no, there's no denying
Top three,
it's top 3 for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I haven't even opened this yet, so I don't know. But
he's got puzzle fever, everybody.
Anything Guardian, I mean, anything Guardian, box set, when someone kind of didn't really talk about our box sets, and that's kind of the new thing in not just the metal genre, but the vinyl genre is the box set category, which has become its own thing now too. And there's as a collector, I've really gone, okay, if it's one of my favorite bands, I'll box set, because you're getting options now. You can either get the regular record, or you can get the deluxe colored double record, or you can get the box set,
Or if you buy Carcass, you get a dinner plate set with forks and knives and
a bunch of lyrics all fucked up in the wrong order.
Yeah. And then Blind Guardian with fucking puzzles. What the fuck? That's awesome. All right. That was great.
I think I will end on those.
All right, Alan.
All right. I've got 2 I'll wrap up on, but I need to go back and fix something that I forgot earlier, because Aaron, if you're still in the chat, my apologies. When I showed the Graven Image record earlier, I failed to display something. And Marty, when you said Aaron had sent you the Warlord a minute ago, it finally triggered the old memory.
Oh.
Aaron had a Graven Image coffee mug in one of his videos where he wasn't actually drinking a soda straight out of the can.
It came in the box set. All the puzzle pieces were in it.
And he's it's the typical metal theologian video. Hey, how you doing? I'm Aaron, the metal theologian. Sitting there sipping. I want to show you some records. No fucking person in the East Coast of the U.S. has but me. And he's drinking out of this, but I'm not looking at the records. I'm looking at his coffee mug. I'm just like, that looks like the Graven Image logo. It's just like, yeah, check out this Bulgarian thing. There's like, from 1983 that Alan wants and doesn't fucking have, because my collection's 10 times better than his. And I'm not here because it's just like, that is the logo. And so I just, end up time just like, something just like, that coffee mug is killing me. And he's just like, oh, this? He's like, and like a couple of weeks later, box shows up at the house. I'm like, what the hell is this? He had a spare. And not only has the fucking Graven Image logo on it, I'm just like, oh my God, best cup ever. There's there's a story to how the hell the metal theologian has Graven Image, had 2 Graven Image coffee cups. I'll let him, expound upon that when and if he wants to. But Aaron, best cup ever. Thank you so much. I should have shown that when I showed the record. It's not, just to be clear, folks are wondering, it's not a vintage cup. They weren't doing coffee mug promotions in 1984 with the original record, but it's
certainly not approved by the band.
Actually, no, is approved by the band. This is not an Etsy kind of knockoff type of thing either. This was legit merchandising for the band.
Eric has one of those mugs too. Cheers, Eric. How you doing, man?
That's awesome. So
wow, we're such badass heavy metal collectors that we're down to coffee mugs.
We're breaking out the crockery here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let me wrap up with a couple of records.
I have to go potty. I'll be right back.
This is one that Aaron has asked me to show, and Frank, if he's still in the chat, will probably get a kick out of this one too. One more New Wave of British Heavy Metal 7-inch for the night. Marquis de Sade, Somewhere Up in the Mountains, backed with Black Angel. This is one that even escaped the hardcore collectors for a long time. In the mid and late 90s, there was an infamous series of CDs, just compilation CDs called New Wave of British Heavy Metal Volume 1. And then a few months later, New Wave of British Heavy Metal Volume 2 came out. They were allegedly put together by an American collector who was living in Japan at the time. And the first 3 volumes were just packed full of good New Wave of British Heavy Metal tunes. Not the most obscure stuff, but good songs. But starting with Volume 4, he started really digging out the crazy, rare stuff that even a lot of the longtime fans and collectors had never seen or heard before. And one of the bands that got included on one of those volumes around 4, 5, or 6 was Marquis de Sade with one of these 2 songs. And people lost their shit over it. It's just like, that song is fucking amazing. And so this was another one where all of a sudden, it was rare. And now the hype level, that notoriety factor I mentioned earlier tonight, all of a sudden goes through the roof because everyone's got that, Boots compilation. And everybody now has heard this and wants to hear more. And this is the only thing the band made back in the day. They did some demos. And jumping to the end of the story, anthologies have been put out. Even 10 years ago, there was already some anthologies that had the demo tracks and the single tracks. So you can hear this stuff. And it's pretty good. They have a little bit more of a spacey kind of sound to them. Again, these are not Slayer, head banging monstrosities, but they're really good, really well put together songs. When people started looking for copies of the single, they were not to be found. This got pressed apparently in very tiny quantities. If you want, for a while, there was a span of 6 months, maybe a little bit longer on eBay, where somebody had a few copies that lacked the picture sleeve. And so if you wanted just the disc without, the sleeve, you could pick it up that way. And even those were running for, well over $100. The copies with the picture sleeve were not turning up much at all. And then when some people got the picture sleeve, eventually it came out that it doesn't just come with a picture sleeve. It's also supposed to come with an insert that has a picture of the band on it, which is this insert. And it's a weird insert. It's actually like on a thick. I'm not going to bother pulling it out at this point. Well, shit. Yeah, I will. It's on like a thick piece of cardboard. It's kind of a strange thing to put an insert on. It's not just a thin piece of paper. So yeah, the back of it is more like a cardboard stock.
Huh.
So yeah, it's kind of weird. But and it's actually got like a little bit of, I don't know if the light will catch it, but the silver parts behind the logo down there is like kind of like a silver ink to it. So it's a weird insert. Eye-catching sleeve. The single is in here somewhere. It's on this kind of orangey label, orange and yellow, called Expose. This is one of the real New Wave of British Heavy Metal Grail items. As hype, of course, over time, it's worth pointing out, hype can die down as well as build up. Some things that used to be considered huge grails, over time, enough copies show up that they kind of meet demand, or people lose interest in artists. But yeah, for a number of years there, a copy like this with the picture sleeve, the insert, everything in good shape, you couldn't hope to touch these for under $1,000. You just couldn't. I don't know if they're still in that price range or not. I haven't kept tabs on it. I did not buy this copy. I stole it from a little boy and gave him a lollipop and ran away screaming. No, not really. I traded for this. This I acquired as part of a very sort of high dollar, high end trade with a guy in Sweden several years ago, which is the only reason I have it. It was always, a good single. I never even put it on my want list because there was no point. I wasn't going to be able to afford it. But it happened to, work out just the right trade where I was able to add that to the collection. So let's see. Yeah, it just kind of fell off the back of a truck, Aaron. And I was there to catch it before it hit the asphalt. All right, then last one, we'll show off. This one kind of touches several buttons we talked about tonight. It's a New Wave of British Heavy Metal LP by Jaguar, Power Games, classic album, Tank on the cover. I know it's, Aaron, maybe not your favorite album. A lot of folks really dig this one, myself included. Jaguar at this phase, Jaguar was laying down the blueprint for what was going to become power metal, speed metal, thrash metal, just a couple of years after they wrapped up. Unfortunately, Jaguar stayed on the scene long enough to make a second album where they showed up with nice perms and smart pastel suits and sounds like, fucking, Cheap Trick, Duran Duran. If those bands, tried to sound like, Richard Marx, the second album is just atrocious. but this one is this one for most folks is a real banger. It's on Neat. It's not the most difficult album to find. It's a bit collectible. I had it for a long time. It was like $10. I bought it 30 years ago. The problem was when this book came out, once again, we've referenced this one a couple of times tonight. Let's flip to the J's.
Aaron says, I saw that second Jaguar here in town for less than $10 and couldn't bring myself.
Those $10 are much better well spent in your pocket or on a latte or a Big Mac or a Happy Meal. That album is, damn, that's a bad album. Anyway, so here we are under the J's, the Jaguar entry, Power Games, blah, blah, blah. Purple vinyl. It came on purple vinyl. Oh, fuck me. This album came on purple vinyl. Well, I put it on the want list along with the green vinyl Crucifixion EP because that worked out so fucking well. But this one did legitimately get the colored vinyl treatment. What I didn't know at the time was that it was insanely fucking rare on colored vinyl. A lot of those neat releases that were on colored vinyl did not get a lot of copies made. The Venom ones are all highly collectible, in part because they're Venom, but in part because there's not a lot of them. Yeah, and there's a few more here and there. The Fist LP is on yellow vinyl. Rumors have always been that the Bitches Sin 7-inch is on yellow vinyl, and I think I have seen that one, although I do not have a picture of it. A lot of people have never seen it. The Jaguar came on purple. Silly me figured, oh, that's an easy album to find. How hard could it be to get a purple vinyl Jaguar? Fast forward about 4 years of me looking for the damn thing. I go to a record show in Raleigh, North Carolina. Dude is sitting there with a bunch of boxes of vinyl, flipping through it. He's got a lot of New Wave of British Heavy Metal stuff, some pretty cool stuff. He's talking to another customer. I'm flipping through. There's a copy of Jaguar sitting there. And I do the same thing I've done with every copy of Jaguar that I have found in the past 4 years. I pull it out and start to pull it out of the sleeve to check. And the guy sees me starting to open it up out of kind of the corner of his eye. And he just says, hey, by the way, if you're checking the vinyl color, it's black. I'm just like, oh, okay. Yeah, he knew what I was looking for. And I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. The thing was, again, he'd been talking to someone else. And so by the time he said that, I'd already pulled, the record out like this and was kind of doing this. I was like, oh, okay. And I look at it.
It's purple.
I'm like, that doesn't, I'm thinking in my head, that doesn't look black. Am I holding it under the light wrong? And so I'm just, looking, I'm just like, he said it was black. It's not black. This is the purple copy.
Did you quickly hide it and say, yep, I'll take this black copy?
No, I didn't. But I was kind of standing there, kind of just stunned. I've been looking for it for 4 years. And I've just found it here in a record show in Raleigh. It's in my hands. This isn't on eBay or something. It's actually here in front of me. And I'm looking at it. The guy wrapped up with the other customer, and he had turned his attention to me, and he saw me holding it. And I hear 2 words come out of his mouth. Oh, shit. And it's one of those you have those moments where maybe like 5 seconds goes by, but it feels like it's 30 minutes. Like when you're like in a car wreck and you're about to, slam into something and time goes very slowly. And so I'm standing there holding the record, and now he's looking at me, like, I've just, smacked him in the face with a big dead fish, a herring or something.
Engorged penis purple record.
And, My brain is running very fast. I've been to record shows my whole life. My dad's a record collector. Every vacation we ever spent was going to record stores and stuff. Record sellers are a mercurial lot. That's as nice as I can put it. These people often are not the most sociable creatures to deal with. I've seen a lot of weird shit go down.
Or fair.
At record shows. And so as I'm, he's looking at it, he's got the record, tagged, for like, $8, because that's what a black vinyl copy was worth in like the year 2000. And so I'm standing here and I'm like, my brain is telling me one of two things is about to happen. He's either going to pull this out of my hand, put it behind the table and say, that's not for sale. And then I'm going to have to try to grind on this motherfucker for a long time to try to get that back out here and try to purchase it for something. Or he's immediately about to say, that's the wrong price tag. That record is X amount. Because by this point, over 4 years, I had learned that, yes, it was an extremely rare record and was, typically, if I found a copy, I was going to have to be willing to pay a couple $100 for it. So I'm kind of just standing there waiting for the hammer to drop. And again, this all probably went through my head in like 3 seconds, but it felt like a fucking eternity. I'm standing there, I'm looking at him and he's looking at me. You can hear the fucking, Sergio Leone soundtrack, in the background.
You guys had a dialogue without saying anything.
The eyes going back and forth. Yeah, and
He's
he looks
pissed
at
that
it.
he never turned the light on.
He looked at it in the dark. It's black.
And so yeah. After the 3.5 seconds of real time goes by, he just looks at me and he's just like, well, you just made the best find at this whole record show. You want it for the $8 I got it tagged at?
Holy fuck.
And I'm just looking, I'm just like,
did you give him 10?
I'm just like, you're good with the $8. He's like, that's what I have the record priced for. If you want it, it's yours. He's like, if you put it back down, I'm going to pull it off the table and retag it. But you have found it for $8 and I'm not going to back out. That's my bad.
Holy fuck.
I'll just add this to the stack of things I'm going to purchase, please. Yes. I ended up buying a big pile of stuff from him. We talked for a long time, afterwards about some different, aspects of stuff. And yeah, I'm still in touch with the guy today. I've bought a lot of records from him over the years. Some of the things I've shown tonight probably came from him. And we still joke about this from time to time. Every now and then he'll, send me a text or something to be like, do you still have my purple Jaguar, you motherfucker?
What was that, Marty? Dealer.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, dealer. Yep.
Dealer.
Aaron, you probably do. Yeah. I'll tell you sometime offline. But yeah, we still joke about it from time to time. And years later, talking to him in person again, I told him, I just want to say for the record that, when that purple Jaguar deal went down in Raleigh, that's the nicest / classiest thing I've ever seen a record dealer do. I'm like, you could very easily have pulled that out of my hand and said not for sale. He's like, yeah, I could have.
You're probably more liable to get hit by
said,
lightning. You're probably more liable to get hit by lightning than that to fucking happen.
Yeah, or you could have just said, hey, I've got that mistagged. That's actually $200, $300 or something. He's like, yeah, I could have. I'm just like, but you didn't. And almost any other record dealer I've ever come across would have done one of those two things, and you didn't. And I just wanted to say, for the record, that was an incredibly classy thing on your part, and I appreciate it. And he's just like, well, appreciate you saying that. He's like, and he's like, I couldn't really be too mad. I did make $6 on the record. But yeah, what had happened in the aftermath, while he was packing things up to take to the record show, he had no intention of, he had a black vinyl copy and a purple vinyl copy. He had no intention of bringing the purple vinyl copy with him, because who the fuck is going to be looking to buy a purple vinyl, Jaguar for several $100s at a record show in Raleigh, North Carolina in May of 2000. When he was putting him in the box, he picked up the wrong one. He meant to pick up the black vinyl copy and put it in the box to load it into the car, and he picked up the purple vinyl copy by accident and didn't check it.
Wow.
And that's how it ended up in that box of records for sale. That's how it ended up in my collection. I've seen a couple of more of them over the years, but yeah, I think the cheap, I might have seen a couple that, hovered around the $200 mark. I've seen some that hovered much higher than the $200.
Well, now you need a black copy too to complete the set.
I have a black vinyl copy. I got the black vinyl copy ages ago, long before I had the purple vinyl.
Keep them apart from each other.
yeah. The black vinyl copy is on the normal shelf with all the records. The purple vinyl one is in the special box.
There you go.
The box that the wife knows that, in case of, fire, tornado, or, rain of frogs.
That's the box you grab.
First, you get the kid. Second, you pick up this box. And you go, we have the priorities are straight. Take care of yourself, take care of the kid, then get this box. And in worst case scenario, like what you had to deal with before, Lazarrus, it'd be a pain in the ass to rebuild the collection. There are parts of it I can't rebuild. Those parts are in the box. So if other stuff were lost, destroyed, or whatever, it would stink. To your point earlier, Marty, I don't know if I would rebuild it all or not. I don't know if I'd rebuild it the same way I might say fuck it and not bother. But there's, if that box is secured, I could, if nothing else, sell that box and rebuild the entire collection with what's on that box. Probably. I haven't done the math, but I could rebuild a big chunk of the whole collection with what's in that one box.
Wow. Yep.
And with that, I will shut up because I've talked way too much tonight, but it's been fun.
Man, it's been an awesome night of killer fucking stories. And Laz, it's so great to finally have you on. We have a brother in arms here for sure.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much for the invite, man. I had a blast.
We had a great time. Great show. A lot of fun showing, not a lot of homework went into this other than just showing records we love. And that's been fun. It's always fun. And we really appreciate all the folks, all of you that come and hung out with us tonight. And I do have two things to bring up before we cut it. We got an Instagram page, Heavy Metallurgy channel. There's an underscore between each word. And if you need to get a hold of us for any reason, there's an email address, Heavy Metallurgy channel, one word, @gmail.com. Some of you have already sent emails. Thank you so much. We're getting a few bands sending emails. It's kind of how that thing goes. It's pretty cool. Awesome. And the Heavy Metallurgy Instagram's already over. It's been a week and there's already over 100 people following it. So
awesome.
I'm trying to keep up with it. I'm trying to send posts every week or every show, and whatever else, we'll be doing more playlists and fun stuff like that. So there are ways to get a hold of us should you need to, because YouTube is not very great with that. Frank, start considering what you want to do on the show. We got to get you on here, my friend. Jurgen, it's great to see you, man. Good to see you on here. And Lazarrus, Duane, thank you so much again. It was a great time, a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. It's good to finally talk to you in person as opposed to watching you on YouTube.
Oh, thanks. Like I said, for having me on, guys. I've been, I feel like over the past year, I've really just power watched everything you guys have done. And so
thanks.
I feel like I knew you before I even signed on. So
right. There was no nerves or anything for this. Like I've been watching this guy for fucking years. I feel like I know him, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, it was awesome having you on. I knew you would be perfect for this kind of topic, and you did not disappoint at all.
Oh, well, thanks, man.
And start thinking about the next topic. We're going to have you back on again. There is no escape now. You've entered the realm, and you're part of the family, and we're going to get you back on again for sure.
Happy to do it.
So start thinking about your topic. We like to let the guests choose, but this time it didn't work out that way. But still, perfect for everything.
Yeah. And Tim, I will keep looking for that credit in the fine print. Aaron, I just sent you the link that you need.
Awesome.
Oh, come on, Aaron. Really? there's another guy that I feel like I just know,
There's been some people clamoring too for more explosive action on Heavy Metallurgy. I've already talked to him today. Simon is busy the rest of this month, and we're going to get him after the holidays. He'll be back on. So everybody, keep your panties out of a bunch. Simon will be back on for sure.
Like they say at the end of every Marvel movie, Simon will return.
Yes.
And Simon, you made me spit out my water while I was drinking lunch the other day with your last video when he was doing his reply to Kellen with the audio file thing.
Yeah.
He's going through, as Simon does, this very deadpan delivery, talking all these technical details about his stereo equipment and speakers and amps and wattage. Yeah, and then he talks about, he's like showing like the manual devices on his turntable. He's like, and I don't understand why we had to go back to manual instead of automatic. What the fuck happened? Did we lose a war or something? And I just went over the damn place. So, thanks, Simon. I had to mop up my desk.
Yes. Well, thank you, everybody. It was a great Friday. We had a great show. It was a lot of fun, and we will see you Wednesday. We're going to be talking about the new Mortiferum album. I can't remember the name of it, so definitely come to watch the album club. And last Wednesday we did Fate. I can't remember the name of the band. Faytooth. The whole
Faytooth,
band,
yeah.
their producer, and the record label were in the chat. As we talked about their album. Thankfully, we had good things to say about the record because sometimes it doesn't go that way.
Simon's now collecting something else, it appears.
That's right. But yeah, definitely check out the album club every Wednesday. And we've got next year, we're gonna be stepping things up, folks. We have some things to be planning, and hopefully Heavy Metallurgy is going to start growing a little bit next year. So get ready for some faces you've seen before and some new shows and some new things. And we have
5,000 subs and you can watch me suffer for it. And
5,000 subs is 40 some minutes of torture for Mr. Coulson. I'm going to hold his hand through it though. We're going to have a good discussion about the record as it plays. So
no, we're not. I'm going to cry and bitch and moan a whole lot, and and people will find it hysterical. They will enjoy my pain.
Last thing before
I understand that's the deal.
That's the deal. That comes with 5,000 subs. You just got to kind of roll with it. Last thing before we go, please go in the description and click on the Lazerrus channel and go watch Duane talk about his collection. It's amazing. As you've seen tonight, you've only seen a tip of the iceberg. Please go subscribe to his channel and partake in what this man is sharing. He's got tons of knowledge and great show, great channel for sure.
Absolutely.
But
that's it.
Thank you.
That's it. Y'all have a great night. Great
Thanks
weekend.
for showing up and watching.
Hell yeah. Cheers, everybody. We'll see you next week. Have a great weekend.
Something chicken.